The content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
What's good, everybody? I'm GG, man. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. The place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers, man. Straight up. Now, before I get things started, man, I want to give a shout out to all the haters out there. I know they lurking, as they always do. Peace out to y'all, man. And when you come in, man, make sure you hit the bell notification button, the like button, subscribe button, all that good stuff, man, so you can stay on top of what's cracking here on the Green Gorilla channel, man. And, before I get started, I'm going to do what I always do, and that's give a shout out to the people who help support the channel. So let's take care of that process, man. Big up to I'm Just Jules, Broken Blade, Leading from the Back, Jay Cleveland Green, Brotherly Love 215, Gold Professor, Seven Coast Dojo, Lee Ways, AKs and Curtains, and Press Start. Big up. Big up to H-Town, Roguish the Buildmonger, BD Main, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Kabinga O, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanko 1, D Scott, and Path Guy 74. Big up. Big up to Black's Word 404, Pete Rock, Tahuti of New Comet, Aaron Peters, Warnolas, Dardar, Michael Ross, Vincent Lindsay, Michael Pearson, Beautiful Trauma. Big up. Big up to Quiz the Poet, Black Quizzard 80OS, Jazz Tech, Shadow Observer, Sugar T, Artisan MC, Nasiana, Kyle J. Sura. Damn, Kareem, you changed, you switching things up on me, man. Troy Warren and Jeff R. Big up. Big up to Mrs. K.P. Bailey, Ricky Dawson, Alan Wiley, The Face, Mantis on Break, Life of Commerce, Dream Lit, A. Wilson's Ghost, Timothy Blewett, and Jeffrey Speed. Big up. Big up to Marvin Battle Jr., Mark Holt, John J., Afro Troop TV, Adam, BGS Ibmore, Ignatz Mouse, Brian Peaks, and Papa Didas. Big up. Big up to Scott Haywood, Black Uru Strikes, Dr. Treat 33, Leroy Honeycutt, Super Tech, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Anthony Davis, and Charles Rogers. Big up. Big up to Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Patricia Colley, Greg, Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Jason Hales, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, and Cameron 87. Big up. Big up to Doc LaRock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, and Mr. Heat. Big up. Big up to Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Rashid Barnes, Aaron Smith, DH, The Revelator, Aaron Infinite, and Tiasan Johnson. Dr. Tiasan Johnson. Also, big up to Kalanja Kala, Hostile Adept, and W. Pierre 1. And I can't forget my brothers in heaven, Forrest Windu, David Carroll, and Kevin Samuels. Big up, man. On the Patreon side, I want to give a shout out to J Live, Rashawn Phillips Sorrells, Keith Bass, Nick, Malcolm Smith, Rock One, Albert C, Dr. Ben Vincent, I Am the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, William Joyner, Tyrone Hampton, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Anu 219, Prisoner Taz, Dragon 59, Adrian Hicks, Jay Bailey, Mr. Michi Momal, and Asangwa. Big up to all y'all, man. Thank you. You all deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much for supporting the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now that that's out of the way, I'm going to cut this music off. That's out of the way, man. I'm cutting the music off, all right? So let me just say this. It's a Sunday. You know, I had not planned on, saying anything today at all. about this issue because I pretty much, feel exhausted by it. The funny thing is right now there's a discussion going on all across the black manosphere about this just pearly things, just pearly things. Like she's the woman king of the black manosphere and so on and so forth. Everybody's having a conversation about just pearly. But you know what the fucked up thing is? How dare you niggas have a conversation about fucking just pearly when you don't support niggas at all your goddamn self, you fuck niggas. You motherfuckers think that the white man ice is colder and his water is wetter. Any goddamn way. You don't support niggas no fucking way. Half you niggas don't even support the black manosphere channels. And you in the goddamn black manosphere. And now you talking about just pearly and shit. It fucks me up, man. You niggas don't even support the space that you exist in and got petty beefs and squabbles and talking shit to each other behind each other's backs like little gossiping, pussy ass, bitch ass niggas. I feel like smacking the shit out of some of you hoe ass niggas, bitch ass niggas. Straight up. Now you tripping off just pearly things. Oh, she get more attention than I do. You niggas some hoes, man. I swear to God, man. A lot of you motherfuckers some straight hoe ass niggas, bruh. Real talk. You won't even support a nigga. You'll see a nigga get lynched in public and won't say or do a fucking thing about it, but talk the same shit that you hear white people talk. Whatever the fuck they say is what you say. Whatever ideals they have, those are your ideals. Whatever they think, you think it too. Whatever they tell you to say, it's like they got a motherfucking hand up your ass telling you how to fucking dictate everything. Then you got, I don't like the fact that she's making money. Well, niggas, stop streaming on StreamYard. Do something different. Maybe that's the case, huh? But most of you niggas, all you care about anyway is relationship shit. That's why she taking off. Because all y'all give a fuck about is bitches any goddamn way. All your conversation is centered around bitches. Bitches. Bitches this. These bitches ain't doing that. These women ain't doing this. These women ain't doing that. These bitches doing this. These bitches doing that. What the fuck are you doing? What are you directing your life towards? Bitch this, bitch that, bad, bitch, and the bitch did, and the bitch did that, and the bitch. That's why you ain't got shit. Because you're worried about what the fuck the bitch doing every 5 goddamn minutes, every goddamn day, every goddamn night, 24 goddamn 7. You keep talking about all the same shit. Relationship. Now let's tell the truth, man. You know black women ain't gonna listen to shit a nigga got to say about a motherfucking relationship. When the last time they listened to you say any goddamn thing? You know a black woman ain't about to listen to shit a nigga got to say for real. Not for real. Every now and then, they'll listen. But for the most part, they ain't tuned in to what the fuck you got to say. The only thing they worried about is getting you so they can get your money. God damn, man. Wake up and smell the fucking coffee, man. Wake up and smell the fucking coffee. But you don't give a fuck about smelling the coffee. You really don't. You Negroes do not. You don't give a fuck. Everything on y'all lips is about women this, women that, women this, women that. Man, you already know what the game is, so move forward. The goal is to switch it up, to try to develop some policy or something. But you niggas keep talking about bitches all day fucking long. Has it changed any goddamn thing? You got a billionaire motherfucker whose children was taken away from him. Fucking sleep on that shit. You talk about an alpha motherfucker who got more money, had more money than him till he got attacked and getting canceled and shit. And you motherfuckers want to talk about Jess Pearly. Oh, Jess Pearly, she's the woman king in the black manosphere. So fucking what? All she talking about is relationship bullshit anyway. What meaning does it have? Because in the same goddamn breath, bruh, at the end of the day, these bitches can take your money, dog. Because of the policy that exists in their favor. And I'm speaking on it straight up, no chaser. That's what this channel's supposed to be about. Straight up, no chaser. I'm not about to honeycoat or sugarcoat none of this. I'm not. Because y'all don't listen to Negroes no way. Niggas don't listen to niggas no fucking way. Bottom fucking line. So yeah, it is the truth that all she is, so William, Willard, however you want to pronounce it, bro. I don't know how to really pronounce it, but the reality is she is just basically quoting from Kevin Samuels' playbook. Real talk, she is. This is the truth, man. But ask yourself a question. You know black women ain't gonna listen to shit you got to say. So maybe they'll take what Kevin Samuels had to say. Maybe they'll take what she is saying into some consideration. Because she definitely ain't gonna listen to your ass. And if you worried about your views and your donations and all that shit, step your game up. This bitch got a full-scale show. A full-scale production. With interviewers coming in, motherfuckers sitting around, 3 or 4 cameras going. You niggas coming on StreamYard still. And you know they gonna make money. Because niggas don't listen to niggas. It's a fact. You know they don't. Black people don't listen to black people at all, man. They don't. They don't. And niggas is scared, man. And you got one motherfucker that ain't scared, and everybody's on the bandwagon trying to crush this nigga because he wore what, a White Lives Matter t-shirt? Huh? I've been told y'all motherfuckers Black Lives Matter was some bullshit. Darren Seals from St. Louis, one of the people in the trenches, is now deceased behind some shit going on in Ferguson, Missouri. And what y'all do? Oh, I don't like these more White Lives Matter t-shirts. So fucking what, nigga? Half of you niggas is Republican any goddamn way. So now you tripping off from wearing a MAGA hat. Most of you niggas are Republican or conservative leaning any fucking way. And still you tripping off the nigga wearing a MAGA hat. You already know Black Lives Matter was some bullshit. Let me tell you. Let me explain it to you like this, just so you can get it. He teamed up with Candace Owens because Candace Owens was exposing the bullshit behind Black Lives Matter, which they basically just took millions of dollars. They came out of fucking nowhere. They came in like fucking eagles and shit. Swooped down, perched like vultures, actually. Fuck, eagles are too noble. They came in like vultures. Sat on the sidelines while all the shit was taking place in Ferguson, Missouri. And then guess what happened? Guess what happened? CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and a whole bunch of media outlets anointed these motherfuckers to be the ambassadors, the spokespersons for what the fuck was going on in St. Louis, Missouri. They came right on in like vultures. And guess the media anointed these black women as the ambassadors of what the fucking black struggle is. They gave them the voice as ambassadors. Now, when is the last time you fucking appointed or anointed anyone to speak for you? We don't have a voice. We don't have a fucking voice. We don't have one. You know why? Because the media appoints their fucking idea of what our leadership should be for us. They appoint our leaders and our thinkers for us. All they have to do is say, these are the ones we want talking. These are the ones we're going to give attention to, and they can manage our thought process politically. And you niggas don't move or deviate past either the Republican or the Democratic Party. Y'all stuck like stupid. You don't have your own goddamn agenda. Whatever the fuck agenda they have is your agenda. You can't think outside, in between, or around the lines. And this ain't just liberals, it's conservatives too, because a lot of you niggas is riding these white boy conservative motherfuckers' dicks too. A lot of y'all riding the conservative dick too. What's your agenda? What's your ideology? What's your politics? What's yours? Just pearly things. The fuck y'all talking about? Just pearly. Fucking sickening to me, man. Niggas having a conversation about pearly and shit. You niggas don't listen to nothing except for what white people say any goddamn way. A Negro say something, oh, that's just another nigga talking. Fuck that nigga. That nigga ain't saying shit. That nigga. Soon as a white person say it, you all up on it. Niggas are scared too, man. I swear to God, man. And I told you, this whole issue to me is about white people controlling the narrative about our disdain, about our oppression and our exploitation. And they get to fucking dictate the terms of what racism are. How in the fuck is it possible for a group of wealthy white ass men, and that's what Jews are. I don't give a fuck what they say about anti-Semitism. These motherfuckers are white men. And they privileged white men at that. Now they can hide behind the fucking Semitism card, the anti-Semitism card. They can do whatever fucking dirt they want to do. All they got to do is make a reference to the fucking Holocaust. And then everybody gets scared and shit. And it ain't just Negroes in the manosphere that's scared. All the rappers scared as the motherfucker. Now these the thuggest, roughest, thuggish, ruggishest niggas all that exist, right? All of them thugs and shit. Nori a super thug. This motherfucker a super thug. How can you be a super thug and got your motherfucking tail tucked between your butt cheeks, man? How, bruh? How? How, man? I don't understand, man. I'm lost, bruh. This is what Nori got to say.
Am I apologetic? Yes, I'm super apologetic. It's a learning lesson for me. I've never faced this before, but I want to say that I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I can sit there. I can say, yo, you know, that's only Kanye West, and it's only what he said. But I have a responsibility when I have an audience.
Man, let me play that shit again. Listen to this nigga.
Am I apologetic? Yes, I'm super apologetic. It's a learning lesson for me. I've never faced this before, but I want to say that I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I can sit there, I can say, yo, you know, that's only Kanye West, and it's only what he said. But I have a responsibility when I have an audience.
White people are dictating the terms of what justice is, according to race. And I don't give a fuck if they Jews or Gentiles. They should not be allowed to have the final say on what is and what is not racist. And then you got these, they are buck broken. You can't be no motherfucking thug. A super thug? I never experienced this before. Paul Rosenberg told me to put a can on it, so you know I'm not gonna say nothing else. They buck broken over there at fucking Revolt Television. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Fuck what Diddy got going on over there, and fuck what Paul Rosenberg got going on over there. Fuck what they got going on over there. Now you got Jadakiss. This nigga gangster too. He'll be back, but he needs to apologize to everybody. What? What? These niggas know what the industry is. They've been in the industry for decades. They've been in the fucking industry for decades, man. And well, you need to apologize. He need to come out and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry. How you gonna let fucking buck dancing entertainers, man, dictate what the fuck we supposed to be saying politically, man? Huh? How? But maybe you'll listen to a white man say it, a white Jewish man. Maybe he could change your mind. Because a lot of you motherfuckers are straddling the fence. You think that racism is a feeling or an attitude. That's what you think. That's what you consistently say. Oh, it's just a feeling. It's an attitude. That's all race is, huh? Having the wrong disposition, right? Having disdain for a motherfucker. You ain't looking at the context of why there's disdain. Now we got to use white men language, white people language in order to express what the fuck we feel about the system. And white Jews can't say they ain't part of the system. That's a goddamn lie. I'm not going to sit here and play games, man. But maybe if a white Jewish man will come out and say something, maybe you'll listen to that. And I'll play it several times. I'll play it on more than one occasion so you can see it for your goddamn self. Since, you know, we don't listen to shit but what white people say. Maybe if they say some shit, maybe it'll make sense to you. And shout out to the brothers at Viral Hip Hop News, because they the only people, shout out to them brothers, man, at Viral Hip Hop News. They are the only people who are covering this issue with any degree in the hip hop world. People who have hip hop outlets and shit like that, they're among, and the Prophet Muscle guy. Prophet Muscle and Viral Hip Hop News are the only people I've seen talk about this issue in a way that bears any resemblance to anything that makes sense related to black politics. That's all I've seen. And I've seen, you know, like some philosophers say something. I've seen Arami say something. Frimpong, Osei Frimp, I've seen him say something. But most of these motherfuckers are quiet as church mouses, man. Church mice. Or they're conciliatory as fuck. Like they ready to take a dick in their anus or something. Sorry, I keep it straight, no chaser here. I'm unfiltered. I don't care if it's demonetized. Listen to what the white guy say, and this comes via Viral Hip Hop News.
Hopefully this is my last statement on Kanye and anti-Semitism, but I feel like it won't be. But this is what I wrote. Jews are 2.4% of the population, but 35% of the Forbes 400. African Americans are 13.6% of the population, but only 0.5% of the Forbes 400.
So first things first. Jews are 2% of the population. So he say, we don't know how many Jews actually are a part of the population, because a lot of them don't identify as Jews, okay? But they make up 2% of the population, but 34% of the Forbes 400. Black people make up 13% of the population, but 0.5% of the Forbes 400.
Instead of listening to the wealthiest and most outspoken black man in the media about the issues he has with potentially racist and stultifying Jews in the industry, which is what going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people translates to in Ebonics.
I said this. How did it come to pass? Did white people get to tell us how to express our frustration at what the fuck white people doing? And we already know that Jews and Gentiles, both of them, are exploitative to black folks, systematically and institutionally. We already know it's the truth. And so Kanye come out and say some shit off the top of his lid. The first thing they do is, oh, he trying to put us in some gas chambers. You motherfuckers know y'all lying. You know goddamn well what the fuck Kanye talking about.
He is completely excoriated. 92% of U.S. Jews identify as white. Israel is known to suffer from intense racial discrimination against its Arab, Mizrahi, and Ethiopian communities.
Okay, so last but not least, man, I don't want to hear another motherfucker in this space or any else talking about whether or not Jews are white people. I told you, to me, I can't tell a Jew from a Gentile. But 92% of Jews, the overwhelming majority of Jews, consider themselves to be white. So if 90% of these motherfuckers perceive themselves to be white, how the fuck you gonna tell me I'm wrong for saying they white, bruh? How? I want you to tell me that shit. Explain it. They a subset of the white population that get special privilege. You can't critique them at all. You can't say nothing to them at all. You got to be quiet as a church mouse around them. You got to tap dance around them.
To destroy the life of a black man who says he's going to speak up about the oppression African Americans face from white capitalist owners is insanely racist and problematic. I wish Abraham Joshua Heschel was alive today to deal with this. What I think he would do is meet with Kanye and allow him to air his grievances and acknowledge the problematic power imbalance between Jews and African Americans in media and American society. He would encourage Jews and their allies to take what Kanye says to heart and to see this as a renewed call to anti-racism in all of our society, to support African Americans in their quest to have a seat at the table, and for Jewish people to help African Americans get there. Remember, Jewish Americans have an average net worth of $150,890, and African Americans have an average net worth of $24,000.
I think he's estimating a little bit too high on the net worth of the average African-American family. The last time I checked, it was anywhere from between $3,000 and $8,000. But, you know, for the sake of the conversation, his point is clear. The average Jewish family has 140 G's to play with, net worth-wise. The average black family has a fraction of that. 15% of that. Or less. And we talking about his comments are insulting? His comments are oppressive itself? For telling him he mad? The dude that came out and said, hey, look, I love y'all, whatever the case may be, but you motherfuckers are fucking up. I want them to ask, I want their kids to ask their dads, why is Kanye mad at us? Now they done twisted this shit and made him out to be anti-Semitic. And all you niggas is dick riding. I done heard so many Negroes come out and dick ride Jews. I just don't get it, man. heard so many niggas come out and talk about how Kanye better stop talking about them Jewish people. He better not say nothing to them Jewish people. Them Jewish people, they marched in Selma, Alabama. They marched with us. What the fuck they doing now? That's my question. What are they doing right now? Now this is a Jewish dude I can fuck with, because he telling the truth. He's telling the goddamn truth. Jewish white dude telling the truth. So I can rock with a white dude telling the truth. But the rest of these motherfuckers, they out here, Paul Rosenberg, Lear Cohen, and all these motherfuckers of these corporations, fuck them, man. They on some bullshit. And I hope this is the last time I gotta talk about this, man. I'm tired of talking about this bullshit. I done heard so many Negroes come out and support Jews and looking for this motherfucker to get canceled. Like they find glee in it. They happy about it. They apologizing for it. You can't even, this is how imbecilic black people are at the current moment. Straight fucking imbeciles. Dumb as a box of rocks. So look at this motherfucker, man. I want you to see this, man. I'm gonna leave a link. But I want you to see this shit, right? Think about this. I want you to think about it, man. Think about it, bruh. Look at this motherfucker.
Am I apologetic? Yes, I'm super apologetic.
Hold on, let me place him above. Let me put Nori above the Jewish guy, so I can look at this shit.
Am I apologetic? Yes, I'm super apologetic. It's a learning lesson for me. I've never faced this before, but I want to say that I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I can sit there, I can say, yo, you know, that's only Kanye West, and it's only what he said. But I have a responsibility when I have an audience.
This motherfucker say he got a responsibility when he have an audience. You got 2 blunts in your fucking ears. This nigga got 2 blunts in his ears talking about he apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. Then you got niggas on your show. Let's talk about what niggas talk about in hip hop music. Murder, drugs, and guns. Murder, drugs, guns. Guns, drugs, murder, and sex. Ain't that the main topic? Or am I missing something? Maybe I'm lost on it. Maybe I'm not really actually getting the message. Now you want to be socially responsible? Now? Now it's time to be responsible? For what kids hearing this shit? Hey, man, Izzy Jams, man, nigga, I'm in academia, man. How the fuck you gonna tell me I ain't got no Jewish friends? I'll tell them the same shit I'm saying on the goddamn, on this podcast right now. I ain't talking about this motherfucker. I got a whole bunch of Jewish motherfuckers I know. Tell me what the fuck I know. Don't tell me who and what the fuck I know or don't know. I need a Jewish friend. Man, fuck you. Tell me what the fuck I need. Don't tell me what the fuck I need. I need for you niggas to grow a set of nuts is what the fuck I need. You know what? You motherfuckers got your ass wide open. telling that motherfucker to bring it back. You backing it up, backing that thing up. You got the nerve to tell me who the fuck I know and who I don't know. It's the shit that pisses me off. Another scary ass nigga. This could be, I do believe, in the end, that Kanye will win as well. But I don't know, given the fucking obsequious and toady and bend over and let them fuck you in the ass mind state you niggas got. You don't even care about the truth. You don't give a fuck about even speaking the truth. Well, he needs to know some Jews. The fuck out of here. What you need to do is grow a set of fucking nuts. He who is nutless. And this ain't an indictment. Every Jew ain't rich as a motherfucker. Not every one of them. But on average, they have a net income of $140,000, whereas the average black, and you know the Negroes who getting signed to record labels ain't got that shit. You already know they ain't got that. This is an opportunity to have a real conversation. And guess what? They in the media closing off the conversation, acting as if racism is what they say it is. It ain't a system. It's not an institution. It's not managed violence on a day-to-day basis. It's a word. It's concepts or ideas. It's criticism. That's what it's become. And you who are nutless, accept and endorse it wholeheartedly. You who are nutless. This is worse than I thought. Because now you got black people, rappers, every motherfuckers who consider themselves to be hardcore and masculine and shit, scared to say something. Y'all who are nutless. Y'all don't believe shit unless a white motherfucker tell you. And that's why I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off, man. And it's the last time I'm gonna speak on it. It's the last time I'm saying something about it, man. Let me shout out Anthony Davis. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the help, man, and the support. Thank you, Electrician 480. And I thank my supporters, man. I appreciate y'all. I really do. I'm gonna leave the motherfucking invite one more time. Anybody want to argue anything to the contrary? Now these motherfuckers, they mad at Kanye for wearing a MAGA hat. I thought it was black men could choose to be whatever the fuck they want to be. Conservative, liberal, they can be whatever they want to be. I thought we had the right to be whatever we wanted to be politically. Now you asking for this motherfucker to lose his bread. You asking for this motherfucker to get lynched in the public. And I ain't hating on nobody intrinsically or none of that. This ain't got nothing to do with me hating nobody. But the reality is, racism, I told you, is not, anybody can be prejudiced and you can't outlaw it. Now you have corporations and executives in corporations dictating the terms of what racism is. And guess what? Nothing changes. Nothing will ever change that way. Nothing will ever change that way. Shout out to Cameron87. Shout out to Charles Faulkner. Woo! Says preaching, I said the same things for the longest time. Man, this gets on my nerves. And look, we got Jilly's Jules. She says, I'm 100% Jew, but by blood only. I'm a kind, loving person and chose to stay away from the tribe. The ones I grew up around were vicious and looked down on all the Goyim. All the Gentile, all the people that ain't Jewish, they look down. But they say that there ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, I'm not going to go there. I can't verify if this person is Jewish or not. But thank you for the comment if you are Jewish or whatever the case may be. This is not about having a distaste for a group of people just because they exist. This is not what this is. This is having some sort of disagreement with a group of people who knowingly are engaged in exploitative practices, but then they want to play the victim card. And the data don't confirm any of this shit. Then you got motherfuckers in hip hop who sell drug dealing, murder. And if they want to get politically correct, misogyny. These motherfuckers invest in it. Now they talking about, the anti-Semitism. I don't want to hear the anti-Semitism. I don't want to hear the anti-Semitism. And you got rappers and shit trying to distance themselves, apologizing and shit.
Am I apologetic? Yes.
Am I apologetic? Yeah, I have a social responsibility. I got 2 blunts in my ears and shit.
Am I apologetic? Yes. I'm super apologetic. It's a learning lesson for me.
Don't buck the system. This is a low level in black political awareness. It's a low level. This is the lowest level I've seen. This ain't about hating a group of people because they are a specific religious demographic, or because they're a certain racial demographic, or because they're a certain ethnic demographic. None of that. This is about how Jews, just like Gentiles, they identify as white. Let me play this shit again.
Hopefully this is my last statement on Kanye and anti-Semitism, but I feel like it won't be. But this is what I wrote. Jews are 2.4% of the population, but 35% of the Forbes 400. African Americans are 13.6% of the population, but only 0.5% of the Forbes 400. Instead of listening to the wealthiest and most outspoken black man in the media about the issues he has with potentially racist and stultifying Jews in the industry, which is what going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people translates to in Ebonics, he is completely excoriated. 92% of U.S. Jews identify as white. Israel is known to suffer from intense racial discrimination against its Arab, Mizrahi, and Ethiopian communities. To destroy the life of a black man who says he's going to speak up about the oppression African Americans face from white capitalist owners is insanely racist and problematic. I wish Abraham Joshua Heschel was alive today to deal with this. What I think he would do is meet with Kanye and allow him to air his grievances and acknowledge the problematic power imbalance between Jews and African Americans in media and American society. He would encourage Jews and their allies to take what Kanye says to heart and to see this as a renewed call to anti-racism in all of our society, to support African Americans in their quest to have a seat at the table, and for Jewish people to help African Americans get there. Remember, Jewish Americans have an average net worth of $150,890, and African Americans have an average net worth of $24,000. Beating on Kanye for talking about that only reveals your racism. Have a nice day.
What I say don't matter. Because again, whatever black people say, that shit don't matter anyway. That's just another nigga talking, right? That's just another nigga saying something. So the next time you get niggered or you have a nigger moment, don't say shit about it. Just accept it. You accept your nigger moment. You take it. Hard and fast. No Vaseline. You take it. Because you sit around and you watch everybody else in the black community or anybody else in the black community take it. And you ain't got no words for it. Be quiet. Shut the fuck up. The only people I've heard, again, shout out to Viral Hip Hop News, because they've actually covered the issue objectively. Shout out to that Jewish man who made this video. This ain't about hating Jews. This is about hating racist practices in American culture and society, or Western culture and society. Then you want to try to downplay the shit by making reference to anti-Semitism. And then you got all these niggas in hip hop, which is what they are. They all some fucking coons, man. I used to think differently, man. These people are not members of a leadership conscious class. They are not. They're not members of a leadership or a conscious class. You know what they are? They a bunch of fucking tap dancing ass Daffy Ducks. It's what they are. They're a bunch of tap dancing ass niggas. Chaos Rain, welcome to the stream, man. What's cracking?
Good evening, good evening. GG. One thing I do want to say.
Man, you going off and on, man. Get your mic straight, bro.
Can you hear me? All right, that's all good?
No, good? I don't.
All right, let me try an advice.
Yeah, sorry, Chaos, man. You gotta come correct, man. We won't be able to hear you. But the reality is, all I've been trying to point out, I tried to explain to you. There is a difference between racism and prejudice. I tried to explain to you. Racism, primarily, is institutional exploitation and managed violence. I've been trying to explain that to you for the longest. But I guess because it's a nigga saying it, it really actually doesn't matter. When I say institutional, I'm telling you what I mean. It's a humanly devised structure of rules and norms that shape and constrain groups of individuals' behavior. That's what an institution is. An institution is a school, a bank, a business, a local or a state government, a judiciary, a law enforcement agency. When those institutions or the people that control them are racist, they have the ability to develop laws or policies that can have an adverse effect on the people that they have racialized. Now you have black people who are ignorant or quite frankly stupid, who are arguing that reverse racism is a real thing, or they're having a radical response or angry response to institutionalized systems of oppression is wrong or hurts the people who are actually doing the fucking oppressing. And the problem is that you have these goofy ass media motherfuckers who are controlling the zeitgeist of black culture. And they make peanuts in order to sell you products over the airwaves. These goofies, and I repeat this, they've been taught that racism is an attitude or a feeling. And this fits right into the politically correct framework that's been established by the left. And I'm speaking of a demographic that has hijacked the entire meaning of what a system of racialized oppression is and have converted it into sex and gender politics for profit and political gravitas, using public relations and corporations to bring you what? The corporation is going to bring you liberation? Huh? And yes, the Jews have done the same shit with anti-Semitism. The same damn thing. They can do whatever they want. They can be as exploitative and fucking manipulative as they want to be. All they have to do is scream anti-Semitism because no one can be anti-Semitic. And we all know, and I said this on another show, black people, African American descendants of slavery, have never done anything to the Jewish demographic in an institutional manner. They've never organized any institutions to exploit or subject Jews to violence. Never done anything to exploit that demographic. But the Jews have done it. I've told you, they were slave owners and segregationists. They can't deny it. It's academic. There's archival evidence that demonstrates, yes, you participated in the same shit. Now they get to virtue signaling grandstand while we do nothing but apologize. I told you what racism is. It's institutional. The transatlantic slave trade was racist. The antebellum South was racist. The blacks' codes were racist. Harvard and Yale, racist. FHA housing loans, racist. Jim Crow laws, racist. GI Bill policies, racist. Redlining, racist. Restrictive covenants, racist. Segregated residential areas, racist. Segregated school systems, racist. Supreme Court, Plessy versus Ferguson, racist. Dredd versus Scott, racist. Now they're going to tell us we racist. Now we're racist. Now Kanye's a racist. And all y'all sitting back watching is doing nothing, saying nothing. Like, fuck him, fuck that nigga, fuck him, man, fuck that nigga. He wore a MAGA hat. He supported White Lives Matter. He's part of the Proud Boys. He be putting up okay signs and stuff. Well, Andre Moffitt, why are we buying their products? The answer to that question is really quite simple. They dominate all the areas of production and merchandising. I heard a guy say, why don't we buy black? Buy black what? What can we buy that's black? BET got sold off to Viacom. We don't even have a black press. We don't have a black press. Save for, the little small mom and pop presses. We have no major media outlet that's not controlled by other demographics. We don't have one. So everything we say has to be filtered, like they're proofreaders and shit. Like if you ever tried to get a paper published by a journal, you got editors. Or even if you try to publish a book in the popular press, they're editors who, they go over your work like a fine-tooth comb and they suggest what you should change and what you shouldn't change. They want you to take out what they don't like, add what they do like. Everything is filtered through their editorial process. They get to frame the discourse of black life. They get to frame it. They get to frame our politics. They get to tell us what we should be mad about and what we shouldn't be mad about. They get to tell us what's right or what's wrong related to race. But none of these motherfuckers have been through the slave trade, most of them. They ain't been through the transatlantic slave trade. Now they're experts on what the fuck race is. And niggas sitting back trying to get in glee, glad that he getting lynched in the public. Oh, I hope they take all his money. Thank you. Only thing constant has changed. He says the hip hop industry is racist. Duh. You know, we all know that. Back when I was young, I am 51 years old. I remember hip hop when it wasn't dominated and controlled by all of these filterers and editors and A&Rs. I remember it. Yeah, you had some dirty and gritty language in it. I ain't saying it was 100% pure, but you had variety of hip hop. You had people saying all kinds of different shit. You had Public Enemy. You had Tribe Called Quest. You had LL Cool J. You had Big Daddy Kane. They wasn't talking about murdering and killing motherfuckers. You had Slick Rick. You had Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. Melly Mel, Sequence, MC Light. They wasn't saying none of this shit. They wasn't talking about going out murdering and killing motherfuckers on every record. Now that come with the resume. How many motherfuckers you killed? How many court cases you got? Please sign. You don't want to sign this 360 deal? We had KRS-One. We had, and from LA, you had the Far Side. They wasn't talking about none of this shit, and their music was still dope. Now what you got? How many op packs I smoke? Man, nigga, fuck you, man. I don't smoke. I don't even know what the fuck you talking about, nigga. Who the fuck are you? You can take your bitch ass elsewhere. I don't take disrespect on my channel, nigga. Def Jeff. I remember Def Jeff. Just give it here. Don't say nothing. Don't come on my channel speaking that bullshit chatter here, nigga. I don't move like that. You can get the fuck on down the road with that shit. Cause you the type of nigga I smack the shit out of. And it's like that. You got a problem with it, nigga. I live in Huntsville, Texas. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. I'm talking something serious and you coming with some bullshit slick talk. You coon fuck. Don't come on my channel speaking that bullshit. Especially when I'm talking something serious. You fuck nigga. What's up, Marcus?
Yo, hold on. Let me mute this.
King's son, I remember King's son.
Here we go. What's good? Can you
Hey,
hear
man,
me?
Look, I hear you, bro. Let me just tell you. I'm sick and tired of coon ass niggas that act like they serious about something, but they ain't serious about shit. I'm tired of that, man. And they lurk around the fucking internet talking shit. This is a serious conversation about black people's mentality about politics, especially as it pertains to race. And you done let these motherfuckers flip the script on what racism actually is.
Facts.
I tried to speak about this yesterday. I tried.
But they don't want to listen. They want to worry about just pearly things and shit.
The whole thing, all right.
You gotta turn whatever you got going on
Hold
down
on.
in the background, you gotta turn that off, dog. And you got some coon ass nigga talking about how many motherfucking op packs I smoke, nigga. Man, fuck you, nigga. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Don't come on my channel no more with that bullshit. I'm telling you, I want to take some of these niggas to the octagon, man. Straight up. Go ahead, man. Speak on it, man. You said you was trying to tell cats about this yesterday, but they ain't want to hear.
So I don't know if you saw the stream that I had on yesterday. It was me and a couple other cats, and it was I think it was entitled "We Got a We Problem." I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I didn't watch the video, but I saw that you had put it up. I was listening to BGS while I was cooking
Right.
jambalaya. My bad.
Right. So it's all good. Basically, it was a recap on what I was talking about as far as, black businesses, black businessmen. And then I even went into a little bit of how our culture not only hates on, black men for trying to reach that level of success, but there's no, how can I say, there's no network or entity within our space or our community that we can fall back on to scale a business up to the level of a Kanye West or an Adidas or a Walmart or this and that and the other. Since Ye has been doing this footwear thing, people have been telling him, why do you need to go to those people and why you can't just do it yourself? See, the fact that you got to tell a man to do it himself, first of all, it implies that he can't get help where he is. Right? We know a lot of men names that did it themselves. Kanye did it himself. Fubu did it themselves. I can go through a bunch of black brands that are defunct now that did it themselves, and they made a little bit of money and they're done. Right? The thing is, at some point, if you're gonna enter the Fortune 500, you got to do a march into an office where you got a bunch of dudes sitting around the table that want to hear how much you made, how what it's doing, and why they should invest millions of dollars into you, so then you can enter the marketplace and compete with other people in a space that makes sense. Other than that, you're just looking to be another black business that went defunct in 5 years or so, right? There's no business on the Fortune 500 list that didn't get funded by, whether it be, venture capitalists, angel investors, whatever, or maybe just a bank loan, right? At the end of the day, you ain't going to do it out your pocket. 9 times out of 10, let me say that, because ain't nothing absolute, but 9 times out of 10, you ain't becoming a billionaire because you flipping the profit on top of itself, on top of itself, on top of itself. And that's what we keep telling dudes they got to do. Get it out the mud, pull yourself up by your own bootstrap. This, you got this guy who goes outside of the community because ain't nowhere to go inside of it. And the first thing we call him is a sellout, wannabe white man, this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. And everybody who's calling them this is talking about, well, I did it myself. Well, nobody knows about what you're doing because you can't scale it. Sway, I sell some t-shirts. So what? The thing is, the problem with that, and when I say we got a we problem, is that you got this situation where you got to go outside of the community, and then you're beholden to those people financially. Then you got to watch your mouth. This game that these people, and I'm going to say these people, we know which people I'm talking about, have been playing for decades, where any criticism is anti, something that they aren't even, or that they can't even claim to be, right? This is something that, like, at this point, 2022, I think that if they push too hard, they're gonna end up in a place that the alphabet community was with Dave Chappelle in a minute. If they push too hard, like, this is a different era. We all see it, right? It's funny that Ye is the person to do this, but it's just crazy that, like, after all these years, like, they're still, and they tell us we play the race card. They still playing this card in a power position. They still playing the victim in a power position. Everybody. Well, Kevin, we're on a net. Understand, I want to respond to Kevin, whatever his name is. Kevin, we're on a platform that does not belong to us. Yeah, we got to watch our mouth. I don't want to get my man deplatformed.
No, I'm not going to. Look, I'm not worried about being deplatformed. We can say Jew.
I got you.
But I done said Jew the past 3 streams that I done talked and discussed about this issue. All right?
No, all good.
And let me just say this. I don't support White Lives Matter in terms of a concept. I do not. I don't support, I've even heard black men in this space say some ignorant shit about George Floyd and fuck that nigga. He was a junkie. He deserved to get killed. I've heard it in this space.
Yep.
Tell me I ain't heard it in this space.
I've heard it in all spaces.
I've heard motherfuckers say, fuck that nigga. He deserved to get killed.
Well, I don't know about all that.
I have heard
I'm not saying that hasn't happened. I mean,
I'm not responding to anything you said, Marcus.
I got you.
I'm not responding to you, but we got some other people here.
I don't know about all that. Because when I say I don't know about all that, it sounds like I'm denying what you're saying. I just want to make that clear that I'm not.
I'm not responding to you. I'm speaking in general. Okay?
Yeah.
And so my problem is, how can you be pro-black? You're not pro-black for rich motherfuckers. You ain't pro-black for poor motherfuckers. And you damn sure ain't pro-black for even niggas in the space.
Right.
You ain't even pro-black for niggas in the goddamn manosphere.
They ain't not pro-black for pro-black.
Nobody's pro-black for pro-black. I would say this. Nobody's pro-black for all the crazy stuff that I see, not just in the manosphere, but in these boss heifers. I call them boss heifers. Spaces. Talking about kill all brothers, push propaganda. They talk about, I don't want to get off the subject. They speak on, they care about Black Lives Matter. They talk about, Mike Brown. They talk about Emmett Till not getting justice, but yet these are the same people, and you got these simps, and you got these coward males, and you got these females talk about Black women getting murdered, all this misandry. It's crazy. All this misandry, but yet they're doing the same stuff.
Let me just say this. I want to respond to something. So he says, I love George Floyd and them, but the brother was on Fetty, which means fentanyl, right?
Yeah.
True indeed, he was on, we know he was on fentanyl, okay? However, my issue is, what did George Floyd do? He was accused of passing a fake $20 bill, right?
Yeah.
Now, in my estimation, in terms of adjudication or the appropriateness of life or death, it has nothing to do with passing a fucking fake $20 bill. I'm sorry. I don't think a motherfucking cop needs to put his knee on the neck to subdue any goddamn body for $20 fucking dollars, whether it's counterfeit or not. That's bullshit to me. Then you had the one cat, who the police fucking, this man had a heart condition. They fucking killed him by subduing him over selling loose cigarettes. They killed Tamir Rice because he was playing with a toy fucking gun. So, I mean, that's getting off the subject at hand, though. I'm just saying. Look, all I'm saying is, I've heard a lot of black people in this space sanction the murder and death of black people. Yeah. I've heard it. I have heard it with my own 2 fucking ears.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it with and I don't give a fuck if you consider yourself to be part of the moral majority of the black community or not. Because the reality is, when it comes to drug use, let's get this straight. When it comes to dealing and selling drugs or using drugs, white people take the cake, man. They're the biggest sellers and dealers of drugs. That's a fact. But nobody is giving sanction to them to die because of their drug use. Soon as they get fucking hooked on opioids, it's a national goddamn crisis. It's time to fix it.
Exactly.
Niggas get hooked on crack cocaine. It's time to fucking wrap all them niggas up and put them in jail. It's time to get tough on crime. And then everybody wants to sit back and say how hard we need to be on niggas. But then the very people who you need to be aiming at, you yourself call it racism now. Now, not today, the very same people who exploit you, manipulate you, extort you, you consider them to be your fucking benefactors. Them your motherfucking, your bosses? Because the reality is this, man. Look, I went off on Ray S the other day, so I'm going to give him an opportunity to say something. Ray S, man, go ahead and say something.
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, man.
Good evening. Yeah, I didn't know you would remember. So just bear with me. I'm nervous. So here we go. I'm not a total supporter for Kanye speaking on this topic. For me, they are white people. And I heard you mention that in one of your recent broadcasts. And when you single out white people that way, you give them the ammunition to go after you. And then on top of that, Kanye's not the best representative for this topic. He just isn't. I haven't been with Kanye. I mean, I don't believe in Kanye speaking for us ever since he said George Bush doesn't like black people. He's a person who speaks before he thinks. And that's what he's always done. And that's fine and dandy if you're dealing with rap music and you're going off on other rappers, you know, talking about who you slept with and all this other stuff. Fine. But when you're dealing with this topic, a very complex topic, and I come from the days of when Leonard Jeffries and Ed Koch got into a beef a long time ago. And New York is still reeling from that because that's a long time feud. I don't even know if you know the history of that, but
I know what it is. Leonard Jeffries said something. He had a speech at he was given he was reading an article detailing the Jews' participation in the slave trade and how Jews have been exploited to black people.
And also in the educational system. So after that happened, they went on public access radio and have like weeks long debates. Him and the mayor of New York who's Jewish. You get what I'm saying? And another guy, I forgot the other guy, but it was Ed Koch. So when you're dealing with this topic, this is not something you play around with. And in my opinion, from my little research I've done, Kanye's manager is Akon's brother. And Akon was recently on the Hot 97. And in the interview with Ebro, he mentioned something along the lines of Africa uniting like the Jews. What I suspect is like he's sitting around with these people having that conversation. You know what Akon is? He's not Black American. And that's another thing. That's something that a lot of people don't know, that extra layer that people miss. A lot of Black immigrants play that game, especially in New York, because they live in this place called Crown Heights. I know you know where it is, but and they like to call out the Jewish people for some reason. And that's because they chose to live next door to them. And now they're mad. That's another story. But the bottom line, I mean, homeboy, I think you're from New York, in the top right-hand corner. But bottom line is,
absolutely.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So these people chose to live next to these people, and now they hold a grudge for them raising rents, you know, pricing them out. Because a lot of times when they have the storefront businesses in Brooklyn, they own the building, those people. So,
you don't have to live next to those people in New York for them to be owning buildings. They own everything.
I'm not doing that. But bottom line is, Kanye is not the proper person to speak on this topic. And I was more infuriated by him saying slavery was a choice. I was infuriated by that. I fell out with a few of my people over that.
Hey, bro, I keep telling y'all don't get to pick the guy. Y'all don't get to pick the guy. Let me explain something to you. I hear what you're saying, but it's just like the same sentiment they had with Ice Cube, the one that wrote the contract for America, and it's like, oh, we don't need a rapper. It needs to be, you know, whoever your favorite pro-black this or intellect or academic or whatever, you want it to be them. It doesn't matter who it is. He brought up the conversation and now it's being spoken on. Now you might prefer it not be him, right? But at the end of the day, the guy who you want to say it, either he's going to be scared to say it or nobody's going to care. Most of these people that we know about, you know, Kufi Suti Leta Bucheta Kemet guys, nobody care what they got to say. They don't have the platform. You need somebody with the platform to say it, at least to bring up the conversation. And now the conversation is being had. And yeah, he doesn't,
articulate it
he's not
very
the
well.
he's not the most eloquent person that you want to bring up the conversation, but we wouldn't be here if he didn't say it. We wouldn't be here.
But how
let's
long?
keep it,
okay,
let's keep it real. You need a pop culture figure.
I got I got your point. There's no perfect messengers. There's just perfect messages. I got your point. But how long have they had this discussion in the New York tri-state area? Where has it gotten us?
Say again now.
How long have we had this discussion with those people in the New York tri-state area, and where has it gotten us?
Well, who's brought it up?
It's still alive and well in New York right now.
That's not a name, bro. I said who. I didn't ask.
Oh, it hasn't boiled up to the top in New York in a long time, but it's
come
still
on, fam. Listen to what I'm saying. I am from Flatbush, Brooklyn.
What has it done? That discussion was like what I said with the Leonard Jeffries debacle. Where did that get us when that happened? And Leonard Jeffries was a top tier.
I got answer. Nowhere.
It got us nowhere, right?
Yeah, fam.
This is where Kanye's going to take us now. Nowhere, and he's going to make us
fam. I'm going to ask you,
even though we're not.
You're conveniently not answering my question. Who brought up the subject? Who?
I just told you in the past, Leonard Jeffries, and then don't let me bring up Jesse Jackson.
Jesse Jackson, bro? What, in 1980 what?
1989, I think. But
come on, man.
But I said Leonard Jeffries. Address that point. Leonard Jeffries. Bring up. I mentioned it right there. And Farrakhan has brought up the point a million times over.
Again, nobody cares. These are not. Understand this. I'm gonna say this again. You want it to be your intelligentsia. You want it to be your academics. You want it to be your head wrap, incense burning guys.
I don't want it to be Talib.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I just want you to hear me out. Kanye is unrefined as he might be. He's a pop culture figure. When he say it, everybody's gonna hear it, and not a conversation.
He'll only make it worse.
So let me ask you.
Platform is so huge.
Worse how? Worse how?
Yo, I just said he's gonna make us all look anti-Semitic, even though that's not the case.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Now you
okay? So let me stop.
I do stop.
Hey! This Green Gorilla channel. Let me stop both of y'all. Let me stop y'all. I'm trying to explain to y'all. First of all, look. I'm an academician, okay, and I have the same title that Leonard Jeffries has. You have an entire discipline currently at the university that many of you are opposed to in this space called critical race theory, which studies racism going back to at least 100 years. We're talking about Martin Delany, Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, but not just those figures because it references them, but going back to Derek Bell, even white people, even Jews are part of it. Gene Stephanchik, Richard Delgado, okay? Even Kimberly Crenshaw's part of it. The whole point is there's a discourse around race created by people who aren't necessarily white identified, or they might be, but they at least acknowledge the truth about what racism is and how it has an impact on various persons. Now, we're not talking about prejudice. Anybody can be prejudiced. Anybody can have a negative sentiment towards anybody. We're talking about systems of exploitation and managed extortion and violence that have a deleterious effect on certain segments of the population. Now, we can skirt and dance around this issue all we want, but the reality is, like the white Jew just said, on the clip that I played, I'll play it again. First and foremost, 92% of Jews, so we can have all kinds of debates on whether Jews are white people or not, but if over 90% of that demographic identifies as white, I think we can feel safe to say that they're white people.
Agreed.
Okay? Secondly,
agreed.
if they are white people, and they have principally been in the United States responsible for slavery and segregation, Jew as well as Gentile, and currently that they are involved in exploitation, control, and censorship of what the narrative is and what black people can and what they can't say, that's all part of racism as well. It's actually anti-democratic to tell a group of people what they can and what they can't say, how they should or how they shouldn't feel, especially people who've been systematically subjected to protracted abuse. We're not talking about a group of people just shooting the gift out of their lips with no empirical evidence to back up the shit that they're saying. We're talking about a group of people, and here I'm specifically referencing black people. Fuck what it appears to be and what it looks like, as far as I'm concerned, because they have begun to control the narrative, especially white liberals, about what racism actually is. And they account for it in a way where they don't have to be responsible for a goddamn thing. Day in, day out, year after year after year. So if you ask me, the conversations might not have gotten us anywhere, but sitting back and saying nothing ain't getting us nowhere either.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at the end of the day, what I've been trying to tell black people is, first of all, be aware of what the current knowledge is related to the whole concept of race and the political means by which to critique it and to analyze it and assess it. The whole idea that racism requires you to be colorblind and to go about your life as an individual trying to seek free market opportunity is a goddamned lie. It's a fucking lie. Nobody treats people like they're colorblind. They can say that shit all fucking day. You know it's a lie. I know it's a lie. Because if it wasn't the case, we'd be like cats and dogs. Cats and dogs don't discriminate against each other based on if they got brown or gray stripes. They don't fucking find different places to live and different places to congregate and associate. They don't fucking behave that way. Human beings are the only people that behave this way. The only animal species that does this shit. In the same species. We're the only ones that do it. Now, at the end of the day, all I've been trying to explain to black people, especially this coon-ass class of entertainers and the brand new motherfucking CEOs or whatever the case may be. And let me just put this, let me explain this really specifically so it's not lost on y'all. Yes, there are some Jews who are willing to congregate and associate with black people if they can see a profit in it.
Right.
If they can find the means by which to associate with somebody they feel they can use as a conduit to market goods and services or entertainment, whatever the case may be, if they can find that one nigga to help them sell some shit to niggas, that nigga will be their friend. Because that is a friend in need. And a friend in need is a friend indeed. So at the end of the day, if I can control and manipulate some token Negro in order to sell products to an entire demographic or a population, and then I get the lion's share of the cut because I'm investing all the money and not ensuring that this other group at some point has the capacity or the ability to take over the reins of some of these so-called corporations and business structures, then to me, it ain't nothing but sharecropping 3.0. That's what the fuck we dealing with. So yeah, if you got Negroes in high places, you even got Negroes in corporate America who have degrees, who talk about the glass ceiling. And they talk about institutional racism and how they hit a certain level and they can't get beyond it. It ain't no strange surprise. Let me play the clip again, because when a Negro says something, Negroes don't want to hear what another Negro has to say. They only want to hear what white people have to say, because white people are what? The conservators of the truth?
I hope you don't think that's what I'm saying.
I hope not.
That's
I
not what. That's
definitely
not.
hope
I'm talking
AG.
about who. I'm talking about who the person is. And this person. This one last point I like to make for the person who brought this to the fray. Whatever happens after this, it will most likely only benefit Kanye. What has Kanye done over the last 12 to 15 years to benefit Black America?
He's donated millions.
I'm not talking about simple donations. We're not playing.
No, come on, man. Organizations, things of that nature. Look up his philanthropy,
turkey.
bro.
I don't care about that. Philanthropy is a tax.
So what are you demanding? Okay, so I just told you what he's done. It's not good enough for you.
Okay. What I'm demanding. So say he gets 100. Not he gets 100% ownership of Yeezys or whatever you call his shoes. Open up some factories in Black communities so you can employ the Black males there who had a higher rate of unemployment.
If he did that, you wouldn't be happy with that shit.
Yeah, I would. See, there you go. You're from the East
it's
Coast,
nonsense,
right?
because it's already not enough. Hold on. It's already not enough.
I told you what he needs to do, which he's not going to do.
He's doing a bunch of things in Chicago.
He's going to. Man, Ron Fest had to beg him. Ron Fest had to beg him 3 years ago to make him donate to Donda's house. What are you talking about? He said, fuck the kids. He said, fuck the kids of Chicago. He said that to Ron Fest. What are you talking about?
So again, what he said is one thing, but what
the youth in Chicago. Yeah, he came.
But he's doing for the youth in Chicago.
After Ron Fest put him on Front Street on Twitter. But charity doesn't mean a damn thing.
So let me ask you a question.
I told you what he could do, which he's not going to do if they empower him to get to that level. He's not. He's going to go straight over to the Asian people and put his factories in sweatshops.
What's proof of that?
Come on,
because
man.
If he built the factory in the hood, you'd call him. You'd accuse him of enslaving Black people.
See, now you're trying to be a contrarian. You're coming up.
No, I'm not being a contrarian because I know how niggas think, bro.
Avoid my point.
I understand, but because I talk to dudes like you all the time, dog.
Okay,
have you ever run a business?
Right now, y'all can argue with each other, on a different day.
I want to make a point.
Wait a minute. Make your point and make it brief. But you and Ray S at the current moment, I fuck with you heavy, Marcus. Like Ray S is tangential. I mean, I'm going to interpolate what he has to say because first of all, I believe in everyone. Whatever they have to say, it ought to be aired out. But what I can't do is get into a side argument on my show at the current moment. Okay, that's what I don't want to happen. Now, Marcus, make your point. Ray S, rebut. You got 2 minutes in total. Marcus, you begin.
Well, I'm gonna respond to some of the comments in the chat. Like I said, you can't pick the guy. This is America, so Obsidian is saying that he feels like Black America has done it if it has to be an entertainer to bring the conversation forward. I'm not saying that Ye has to be the speaker for the whole conversation, but it has to come up and it has to be somebody who has enough of a platform and enough influence to bring forth the conversation. That's why you got a video like what you're playing today. And someone else said something about Malcolm X saying that Black entertainers shouldn't speak for Black people. This is the same Malcolm X who aligned himself with Muhammad Ali to bring more attention to the nation. That tell me that didn't happen, right? At the end of the day, look, we would prefer it not be entertainers. We would prefer it be the distinguished amongst us, but the distinguished amongst us don't have the ear of the people that it needs to have the ear of. So now that this thing is the same way Dave Chappelle brought the conversation of the alphabet people up. So now that the conversation is open, Kanye can step to the left as far as I'm concerned, as far as the conversation is concerned. And then now we can deal with this issue with the preferred people. It's not that we got to sit Ye in front of some important people and have him do it. But the crazy thing about, what as far as Ray S is saying, I find that no matter what Black people at a certain level do for the people beneath them, there will always be a narrative created about how they ain't doing. Like these motherfuckers just supposed to save niggas. They supposed to save the entirety of niggas in America with whatever few millions they got. and that shit is unrealistic. The man or whether it be a Jay-Z or this one or that one, their philanthropy can only do what it can do at the end of the day. So what else do you want?
Okay, so having said that, I'm going to give Ray S an opportunity to respond, and then I'm going to get Charles Faulkner in, the real big boss in, and Chaos Rain in to weigh in. Okay, so because I'm trying to moderate the discussion. Ray S, respond.
Yes. Okay. Now to go to your whole Malcolm X quote, Malcolm was right, and you made a correlation between Malcolm and Ali's relationship. Ali went through a vetting process. He went through the Nation of Islam. For better or worse, that was a process. Kanye hasn't been through any type of process. And then let's go to your point to where you're saying Black people are never satisfied. That's the age-old excuse for not doing anything for Black people. That's what gave us benign neglect, because niggas are never satisfied. They're never satisfied because you never give them anything worth satisfaction. That's what it is. And the point I made on what he could do would be more than satisfying. If he could open a factory in urban centers where Black males could work and earn a pension and a livable wage, yes, niggas will be happy initially, but of course they want to upgrade. They may want a promotion. That's common sense. No one should be complacent. But at the same time, you know he's not going to do this. He's only going to do whatever benefits him, and that's what he's always done. That's what he's always done. And, hold on, I'm making my last point.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's always done, and he's always he's the wrong voice. I met Katrinians when they came to California after he made that comment about George Bush, and 100% of them did not appreciate his unsolicited opinion. Even Master P came out and scolded him for doing that on national TV. So everything he's ever done is only done. I didn't hear you, but I'll end it right here. Whatever he's done in the past has only benefited him, and he's the wrong voice. Like the example he gave for the reason he did it. He wants Jewish kids to ask their parents, "Why does Kanye dislike us, mommy?" He's so simple-minded, he doesn't know the culture they grow up into. No. What will happen is those children will go, "Fuck Kanye and fuck everything he represents, mommy." That's what they'll say. They're not going to ask him why. No pair of shoes or music could trump their culture. And we should know, this being from New York. Nothing could trump that. So he is the wrong voice.
I don't know what you talk about right now, bro.
I mean, I thought you were from New York.
So wait a minute. Again, as I said before.
Are you from New York? I made the wrong assumption.
Hey, man, look.
I
already said what I was going to do beforehand. I said I was going to give Marcus time to speak. I said I was going to give Ray S time to speak. I've allotted time to both of y'all to weigh in with an opinion. And then I said after which I'm going to talk to Charles Faulkner. I'm going to get the real big boss, 83. I want you to remain. And then, the conversation can pick up again, maybe perhaps where it left off, or maybe it can move in a different direction. But we're going to keep it moving. And I want to say, Sadiku Anubu, I cannot bring you into the conversation because your device is not connected to StreamYard. If you want to come into the show, you must connect your device so that you could be brought in on the panel. Having said that, Officer Charles Faulkner, welcome to the show. Woo!
Woo! Oh, the colonel's in the building, man. The commander.
What's cracking with you?
What's up, man?
What's happening? Long time no hear from.
I know. We're trying to get this business to grow, man. Putting young boys to work.
There you go.
See, people don't realize something. I'm not going to say that I'm an expert in military science and police policy, but I kind of know a thing or two about it. The first rule is you don't fight with the army you want, you fight with the army you have. And that's where it looks like this conversation really stems from with the whole Kanye thing.
Thank you.
If they're doing this with Kanye, they easily could do this to you.
Right.
When people have the ability to circumvent your words, Kanye may not be the most academically astute person. But guess what? Regardless of what Marcus thinks he is, with Charles, Green Gorilla, anybody, we don't have his level of notoriety.
Thank you.
And see, Jewish people, Asian people, Gentile, Anglo-Saxons, whatever the insert fucking race or demographic here, have no problem putting up somebody as a proxy to get their fucking way.
Right.
That's called representation for anybody who doesn't understand it. See, we're too busy wondering who should be the front runner or the figurehead instead of marching the fucking army along.
Right.
This is the same shit I talked about, how you motherfuckers will support a just Pearly,
Facts.
but motherfuckers who actually have degrees, who actually have experience in the real fucking world, who speak for you and can jeopardize their careers, their livelihoods, speaking on your behalf, doing research on your behalf, coming up with different topics such as Dr. T's 14, 16, and growing point agenda for black males and black American males. What about the Gray Faulkner initiative that came out years ago? Motherfuckers was like, no, we shouldn't join the police, but you niggas are still talking about police brutality.
Right.
There's no such thing as a forward march when it comes to black America, and especially majority of black men. It shows you how much of a simp mentality you have when motherfuckers are gonna try to refer to a person who's not even close to being in the black manosphere as the woman king. You gotta be fucking ridiculous.
That
So
happened. That's
let
real.
me respond to that, right?
That's crazy.
So let me respond to this, right? Hey, Charles, thank you for definitely speaking and saying that, right? I told my father this the other day. He was like, oh, we in trouble. Who's gonna, like, if something popped off, who we gonna be able to draw on? I said, the only motherfuckers you're gonna be able to draw on is the motherfuckers you got.
Right.
You don't have a decision to make. First of all, in order to make a decision about who's going to be the head of something, you have to be organized. And unfortunately, in the current political climate, and I'm talking about directly after the civil rights movement, you had the semblance of something, you know, like that was considered to be black and nationalistic. They had a convention. I even did a show about it. I put the whole convention on fucking YouTube so you could take a gander at it, and then we mused about, well, what went wrong? What made us depart from the whole concept of black nationalism? We had an entire conversation about this. Not only that, I made mention of the fact that currently we've taken this free market liberal turn as it pertains to just how we live our lives. Every individual black person perceives himself to be an atom going it alone. But nobody else thinks like that. Even though they act like that, they don't move like that. I mean, they profess that, but they move like a motherfucking swarm. Okay? That's just how they do. Now, we do swarm, but the shit we swarm around is absolute fuckery. Okay? We'll come together and rock the party. We'll be at the party, turn up and lit, getting drunk and high as a motherfucker, talking about nigga shit like Drink Champs is. Sorry. That's what it is. We'll come together for some shit like that. The last time I seen black men come together was at the Million Man March. That's the last time I saw it, bro.
For a speech.
That's the last, and that's all it was. Motherfuckers gave $1, and Farrakhan had $1 million, and I didn't see shit else after that.
I'm gonna tell you, I was actually there in the 8th grade.
I was there
in the 8th grade at that time.
I was listening to De La Soul as I rode on the bus with my father and 2 of my brothers.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you that you're right. That's the most united I ever seen, and they had over 1 million for those who said it wasn't. That's a goddamn lie.
We were there at DC. We were there at DC. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But let me just say this, because I'm kind of didn't get to the meat of what it was I wanted to say. At one particular point in time, we had press. We had Ebony. and Jet. They might not have been the most sophisticated magazines in the world, but they did exist. And they did speak about black politics. And they were black owned at a particular point in time. I think some black millennial recently purchased Ebony and Jet, and she's trying to reboot them. Okay, it's a black woman. Now, of course, we already know that if a black woman has it in the current political climate, you know, with intersectionality and such, we probably won't be able to have much of a voice in those outlets. It's just the facts. Now, at one time, we had, not only that, we had television shows like Say Brother. You can go look at the Afro-Marxist channel, and you'll see a whole host of programs that we used to have, and you can see the quality of the content of the kind of discussions that were had on Say Brother. There is no equivalent of Say Brother now. What you got is a bunch of talking hip-hop motherfuckers talking about nothing. Sorry, they not talking about shit.
Check this out.
Wait a minute. We used to have Tony Brown's Journal. It used to be on PBS, and then it moved somewhere else. It's defunct now. There's no place where black intellectuals come together, whether they agree or not. Because those persons didn't necessarily agree. They had divergent viewpoints. But at least the quality of the conversation was top notch. We had our best and our brightest there, debating issues about the trajectory of the black community, about what's going wrong, about what we can do to try to solve the issue. But what has happened is Black America, man, went full left liberal. And not to say, you know, like, I mean, it might, if not, we might not have had a choice, okay? Or we might have had a choice. But at the end of the day, if we don't begin to have quality conversations, and I'm not just talking about YouTube conversations, okay? We're talking about, but the media is constructed in such a way now that there was a divergence of owners 30 years ago. Now you have 7 multimedia conglomerates, and they decide and they filter and they edit what they want in and what they want out. And this is a problem. This is a fucking humongous problem. Because now you can't have that diversity of opinion that's supposed to be extant or exist in a democracy. That's what's supposed to be there. A diversity of opinion about a whole constellation and a variety of issues. But now you got people telling you, if you don't say what I want you to say, if you don't think what I want you to think, if you don't profess the right kind of politics, then you're evil incarnate and you deserve to be canceled.
Right.
This is not what's supposed to occur in a fucking democracy where free speech is the first priority on the Bill of Rights.
Facts.
But now you exist in a culture that's going to tell you, and the corporations are the ones who are regulating what morality is and what the political correct way of speaking is, and whether or not you can express rage and different demographics predicated upon what they have decided civil rights should be about. They have hijacked the racial discourse from Black America, and niggas are too high off codeine, ecstasy, weed, and Douce to do a goddamn thing about it. We don't even know how to black men don't even know how to fucking read past the high school level if they can even get there. So we are fucked up beyond all recognition. We are in a wilderness right now. And what can we do? What I'm saying, I told people, I don't give a fuck what Kanye said. I don't care about what Kanye said at all. It's now time for me to step into the conversation and to give my tack on it. And my tack on it is, I don't care if you're a Jew or a Gentile. If you're a white person and you're rich as fuck, and you've been generationally rich as fuck, or you have networks to people from your own demographic who will help you and educate you and give you the game, and they're rich as fuck. You exist in a position that most black people never have the opportunity to be in. And you use that position in order to exploit and to twist and to fucking manage violence on another group. And they're supposed to sit and be quiet about it, not say shit about it, and to do the fucking Daffy dance like Nori's doing, like Jada Kiss is calling for. This is unconscionable to me. It shows you what happens, and also the black intelligentsia who exists, not very many of them are saying a goddamn thing.
Right.
Partly because they're part of the same politically correct, ideological, dogmatic class that uses this same sort of tactic and strategy in order to preserve the little peanuts that they have and the positions that they have. They've allowed the academy, they've allowed the liberal left, they've allowed the conservatives even to couch the discourse on terms that are favorable to them and their demographic. And if you say anything, the first thing they call out is you don't like us in reverse. But Malcolm X said a long time ago, and I finally have the quote to refer to because I've been kind of skirting around it. Okay? But it's the same today as it was then. And I'll say it, and I'll show it. Let me get the screen up. Present, share screen, Chrome tab, quote by Malcolm X. Can you see that?
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
If you're not careful, the newspapers, and in this case, they're no longer newspapers, it's blogs and fucking Twitter and fucking The Root, or it's, Fox, or it's MSNBC or CNN or whatever the fuck is going on any of these blog sites. They will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. We have a rich heritage to draw from who already understood the dynamics at play. But at the current moment, we don't care about the dynamics. Because they have controlled the narrative. They have taken over the discourse.
Right.
Right.
But
and now their opinion is the gospel.
Right.
Right. I'm going to say this.
You go first. Go ahead.
Yeah. I would say overall, my take on this is that because of that, a lot of we don't have no pride. That's the biggest problem I've noticed. Even me have my own platform, multiple platforms at that, is that a lot of black people do not have pride. I say, regardless if you lean to the left or right, to me, the biggest problem I know is that black people, 99% of them, are a bunch of coons, self-haters.
Right.
Yes, I said it. And cowards.
We have a we problem.
Yes, exactly.
Let me say this, and this is to some of the comments in the chat that I might have to jump off soon. So, Obsidian says we took Kanye West over Cornel West, and I'd like to ask, where is Cornel West at a time like this, like a Ja Rule, right? It's not that we chose Kanye. We didn't ask Kanye to speak to these people. He said what he said, and just like my man said, you got these media platforms that have a strong voice. Unfortunately, it's our entertainers that have the strong voice. And the funny thing is guys in the chat saying, well, if we got entertainers as our voice, then black people are done. Remember this. Ronald Reagan was the president. Schwarzenegger was the governor of California. Donald Trump was the president. Guess who voted him in? And the reason they voted him in, because it would get them the White House. When Trump ran the first time, there was nobody on the Republican ticket that would win the White House. So they went to a reality TV show guy to get them the White House so that he can get in there, they can get what they need done. They got a bunch of dudes up in the Supreme Court, all those appointees that they got up in there when Trump was in office. I don't care who it is. I want it to be effective. That's all I care about. Is effectiveness.
Yes, sir.
You guys want suit and tie, and it kind of shocks me that Obsidian is saying this stuff when Kevin Samuels was being hated on because he was a suit and tie guy, talking to the average guy, and people were feeling a way about that. Oh, we don't like the way he looks, and the way he talks, and this and that. You don't get to pick the guy. What matters the most is effectiveness. Umar tried to build a school. They shut him down. Now, Umar's not perfect. Who is? But just understand.
All points well taken. I mean, those points are well taken.
We stifle our own efforts, bro. In not him, it should be this person. But that other person doesn't have the platform to make the noise, to move the needle. We need somebody that's going to move the needle. And you say, well, if it's an entertainer, then we done. Understand, they use entertainers.
But one of the biggest, and I'm gonna let
Can I
Chaos
get next after that, Green Gorilla?
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you Chaos first, and then you, because you spoke, and I didn't give Chaos the opportunity, and then after you, Charles, I'm gonna give Sadiku Anubu an opportunity to speak. Okay. All right. So let me say
Doesn't
this.
matter. Obsidian said all those men were figureheads. Doesn't matter. Wait
a minute, bro.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's not get derailed.
They were effective. That's all that matters.
One of the things you have to understand is the media has the capacity to either constrain or to release the quality of discourse in America. Those are the facts. Okay? So the reason why entertainers have the biggest voice in the black community at the current moment is because that's what they filter into the public. They feel that is going to make the largest amount of money for them and to meet their needs in relation to their own self-interest. So That's why they allow that to be there. It's no strange secret that at the current moment, the people who have the biggest and the largest voices in the black community are entertainers. And these entertainers aren't connected to the intelligentsia class, whether they be conservative or liberal. They're not connected. And the reason that they're not connected, for one, is because the entertainer class only have their eyes on the bottom line. They only have their eyes on money. But now they're beginning to realize, at least to some degree, that money ain't all it's cracked up to be. Now, you can have a lot of money, but if you have a lot of money and you realize that you're just a token nigger, and you can't expand or move beyond that and make certain that your vision is manifested into reality, then what's all the money worth? Not very much. Because people who are naturally or innately creative, they want to be able to do more than just go shop at the mall. It's at a certain point, being able to shop at the mall and to get into a fancy car becomes fucking obsolete. It's called the law of diminishing returns. At some point, that's not the game, the end game. Something more is necessary. Now, some people, quite naturally, are going to be content with that and not try to move beyond anything other than that. But then there will be some people who want to move beyond that. And I say, as black folks in general, we've been too preoccupied with how to fatten our coffers as opposed to thinking, how can we begin to move as a motherfucking unit? How can we begin to uplift, as we say, as we climb? We've lost the art of that. We don't even know how to do it. The Jews know how to do it. Sorry, it just is what it is. They know how to move in silence or move like a mass. We don't know how to move like a mass. Most of our values are mediated through the media. What we desire, what our life plans consist in, are dictated by what we see on the fucking television screen. That's too much power for other people, for rich conglomerates to have. It's too much. But having said that, I'm going to give the opportunity to Chaos Reign to weigh in. Well, actually, yeah, Chaos to come, Charles to come, and then Sadiku to come and to speak their piece.
Yes, I'm on my table now. So let me say this. One thing I noticed when they use these terms, anti-Semitic, Green Gorilla, is another form of telling people to shut the F up. Personally, they know what they're doing. That's why they control a good portion of industries the way they have, because it builds a greater protection on themselves. That way, anything of wrongdoing, they're exempt from it. And when people calling out the real source, it does become a problem. How we see other Europeans, like when Kanye was on the news anchor, I forgot his name, how the guy said that he's not as rich as Kanye, but he knows the deal, that he is protecting the people that run it, because he is one of them, unfortunately. You know? So they always have to dumb me down and to make black folks be more ignorant and stupid than what they are. And I'm not saying that most people don't know what the deal is, but we gotta be honest that even the hardcore gangster will bow down to the actual master. That's why they don't get much respect besides the streets. Beyond that, they're just boys.
So let me say this. Mamiya Ali says, y'all know who Obama is, but you don't know who Zbigniew Brzezinski is. I know who Zbigniew Brzezinski is. He used to be, one of the higher ups in the intelligence community, and his daughter is married to fucking Joe Scarborough, the fucking lady who's on MSNBC sipping cups of coffee, listening to hip hop music, giving you the latest Democratic and fucking news. He used to be a fucking general or a colonel or some shit. Zbigniew was, but he also helped to draft, a document that led to the new policy, related to America, which is basically to dumb democracy down, to cut it off. I can't remember the name of the document, but I know who Zbigniew Brzezinski is, okay? And I know his connections to Jimmy Carter and all that shit, and I even did a show about this, about how they began to change, and to basically mute and to, obstruct what was coming out of the civil rights movement, and to reshape the country and to move towards austerity and to move towards more of a free liberal market-based kind of, zeitgeist in American culture. And this is where we are, like where we are now. I wanted to do a show about this, but black men in the manosphere are so the Trilateral Commission is what Zbigniew Brzezinski was part of the head of. But that's it. Now it comes back to me. But at the end of the day, we're so fucking worried about pussy, about platforming and monetizing pussy, than we are actually worried about economics and politics. We're worried about every topic other than important topics. We worried about fluff and booty chatter as opposed to economics, strategy, think tanking. What is the quality of our think tanking? If all we can talk about is just Pearly. Like that's the main topic of fucking discussion now, is fucking Pearly. We got a nigga getting lynched in the public and we worried about fucking just Pearly. I'm fucking flabbergasted. I'm just being honest. I am flabbergasted, but I'm gonna let Charles speak, then I'm gonna let Sadiku speak, and then we're gonna move, and then anybody can speak.
Thank you once again. I'm gonna answer. If you could highlight Obsidian's comment of who runs the government, the monarch or the parliament. Okay, a lot of people gotta be careful of what they say. The prime minister is the head of government in England. The monarch is the head of state. As a matter of fact, the monarch can actually appoint or kick out the prime minister if they so choose. We got to realize something. Just like, if a person's married, their wife can run the house, but the final say is supposed to be the man. That's how it works. But this is what happens when people are looking for the perfect candidate. I don't get it. Your Judeo-Christian God did not pick the most astute people to lead Israel or lead whatever, insert people here in the Bible. He went through the lowest of the low sometimes. Hell, one of the greatest writers of the Bible condemned a lot of early Christians to death, which was Paul. I mean, David was a David was, cheated, messed with married women. I mean, let's go on. We got all faults. But see, when someone actually comes up with an idea or has a platform, the one thing that's one of black men's weaknesses, go back to my channel, look at the biggest L's black men have to carry, is networking. Because too many niggas don't know how to play number 2, 3, or 4. Play your position and play your role. Maybe, just maybe, you could be the fucking ghostwriter to tell a person in that position what to say and how to say it. Do you think all these presidents making these speeches wrote it their goddamn selves? Hell and no. This is the reason why I am a big proponent of young black men going to the military, because you actually know what fucking structure is instead of the chaotic nature of your mothers. You don't get to pick your commander. Sometimes you got a cool ass commander, sometimes you got a straight up asshole. But at the end of the day, can they do the damn job? Do what needs to be done? It's about being effective, efficient, and sometimes you got to learn how to be downright ruthless. You got to go in there. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to get shit done. And what we fail is we look at things in a morality sense or in a popularity contest. Once again, like you said, Green Gorilla, niggas are worried about just pearly things. But yet, how does that sound like? A white chick, using your words, elevates herself to 500,000 subscribers. We don't even have to just go to just pearly things. You're supposed to have a black manosphere. And why are the biggest channels in the black manosphere female? Why do you niggas got some explaining to do?
Well, I think more than anything else, first and foremost, you have to be mindful of one thing. No man in the manosphere is in control of YouTube's algorithm, for one.
Exactly.
That's a fact. Number two, we have to step up our game in terms of the quality of the way we broadcast on our channels. Mm-hmm. I mean, it ain't no strange secret that like the StreamYard fucking format is cool, but it's not the way forward. I'm being honest about this. Like, I mean, if you want to stay where you are, keep doing, like, motherfuckers ain't even update game to OBS yet.
I mean, what's the old saying? To do the same thing expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. But here's the question. Somebody asked me this, Professor. Somebody asked me, did we have networking in slavery? What the fuck do you think the Underground Railroad was? What do you think slave votes were?
We've always networked, but we lost our ability to network to cash in on the promise and the hope that the white man's water was wetter, his grass was greener, and his ice was colder. So we basically said, fuck it. We want to live in their neighborhoods. We want to work where they work. We want to have access to the things they have access to, and rightfully so. But at the same time, we lost our unity and cohesion. And we also lost our capacity to be able to move and navigate in a business and in a political sense with fucking precision and with some modicum of expertise. Now, whatever these people develop for us is what we roll with. And they'll have us fucking falling back and apologizing and him-hawing and guff-on as long as they fucking hold the reins. They have the ability to crack the whip.
You know what?
And they crack you with the whip of public scrutiny and with being able to cut off your money supply. I never thought I would see the day that corporations would now be the source of arbitrating morality and justice. This is the exact opposite of what the liberal platform was 40 to 50 years ago. I mean, the very idea that a fucking corporation now becomes the arbiter from what's morally or immoral. I mean, moral or immoral. What's appropriate or inappropriate. And not only that, to have individuals actually think that they're exercising power from a distance or participating in democracy by liking, not liking, by commenting on Twitter. That shit ain't democracy. It's part of the public sphere though, but what are people calling for in the public sphere? They're not, back in the day in the civil rights movement, people used to boycott corporations. Now, people are making an appeal to corporations to fuck over individual people's lives. That is a vast fucking difference in the quality of fucking being able to punish or being able to boycott. So now you no longer boycott. The company is in a safe position. They don't have to worry about any backlash at all. All they have to do is give the head, put the head of the person who they're coming after in a guillotine, and now they've been redeemed. No discussion of their practices in terms of how they run, their structure or the business, nothing. You don't have to worry about any of that shit. All they got to do is give a head. And we fall into it and act like that's actually justice. This is fucking backwards. This is some backwards shit. Okay? And I've called out even the liberals in the academy and even in some business structures and corporations have called out against this. This is why I read to you Harper's Magazine and the artists and the intellectuals and the creatives and the governmental persons, the people who are engaged in government who said, look, the left is becoming as intolerant as the right ever was by restricting people's ability to speak. And so this is becoming part of American culture. And they act as if it's actually moving us or thrusting us in a positive direction. It's not. This is some mob shit.
That's exactly what I said. Check this. G.
Yeah, I don't think I'm on the air anymore. I don't even think I'm on the air anymore. To be quite honest.
G, can you hear me?
I don't even think I have an internet connection anymore. Can you hear me?
No, you're on the.
I can hear you. You're coming through loud and clear.
Can you see me? Can you see me on your internet service?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I see your.
We see you.
Because I can't right now. It says I have no internet connection, so I don't know how long this will last.
Okay. We see you.
Yeah, Green Grill, you're there. You're good. We could see you.
So I'm gonna say this to every black man in here. Okay, I used to be a CEO, and we had some of the worst guys working in that prison that everybody didn't like. But I tell you this: let one of them inmates put a hand on them or some shit like that, and they mobbed up on that inmate. I don't care what you think about Ye. I don't care if you don't think he's the voice. I don't care about none of that. Roll up on the sorriest members of anybody's family and think you're going to disrespect, destroy, put hands on, damage without some sort of repercussions from that group of people. Just on, and I said this the other day, on general principle alone. I don't care what you ain't like about previously said stuff. Understand, today is today. So holding up a man's past criminal record like a Rudolph Giuliani, that's irrelevant. Today, what they're canceling him for is what he said on behalf of us. The stuff that you got mad at, he didn't get canceled for. He got canceled for this. Understand this. For you to celebrate these people, master, whatever you want to call them, making an example of a black man for speaking on your behalf is disgusting. It's disgusting. I find it disgusting. And you're a bigger coon than Kanye's ever been accused of being. For that alone. And a lot of people didn't like Ye before any of these comments were made. Understand? I just want to make this point that I find it disgusting that the most pro-blackity, blackest, black motherfuckers on the internet are dancing a jig and playing the banjo because they're happy to see these people who will use the same stick on them, use the stick on that man. These people are your friend now? Now, okay, there's people in positions, they apologizing, they saying this, or they being quiet because they don't want their trinkets taken away. The logic in that.
Hold on, wait a minute. I have not allowed Sadiku Anubu to speak at all. I think it's time for Sadiku Anubu to enter into the conversation. Please,
Okay,
sir, feel free to speak.
Can I just finish off?
We'll finish off.
Okay. But my point is this. That logic is sound. But for the average rank and file black man, right? The average rank and file black man, if you guys have not listened to what he said actually in that interview that he's being canceled for, and I think that a lot of people have not even listened to the interview. The same way that a lot of people hated Kevin Samuels, never listened to Kevin Samuels. A lot of people didn't even listen to what he said in that interview. I just want to just end it off like this. If you're celebrating them people, you understand what I'm saying? Spanking the ass of another black man to make an example out of what will happen to you for saying anything against them, for criticizing them or anything like that. Just understand, just off the general principle that black men need to mob up and show them what happens when you do something like that to any one of us, regardless of how we feel about him, because what happens to him is our job to do. It's our responsibility. If Kanye is to be canceled for anything he says or does, is for us to do, not for them to do.
Okay. Sadiku, man. Anubu, speak, my brother.
Thank you, Green Gorilla, brother. I really appreciate you. I appreciate you having the conversation. I'm going to be very measured in my speech, and I am an elder, so I do have a lot to say about this conversation, but I'm going to be as brief as possible. The brother who just spoke, I wholeheartedly agree with everything he said. I stand on those principles he just spoke on. The latest thing that Ye talked about in that latest interview, when he went, I think it was an MSNBC interview. I don't know if anyone has saw it or if you played it, Green Gorilla. But he talked about, he said, if I have to be dragged, I mean, it was the most powerful conversation. It was more powerful than what he said on Drink Champs. This latest interview that comes off of MSNBC, where he talks about, I'm not going to even use the other term now. I'm going to talk about the red mafia, something he said. Because he has a list on his iPhone, and he's listing all of the corporations that Jewish people are the CEOs of. And he goes down the list and he says, I'm not going to even call it. Someone put together a chart. And it's just unbelievable of the number of corporations that are Fortune 500 companies that the Jewish control and run. And of course, he listed a lot of the music companies, corporations, so forth. But I wanted to chime in on certain points because I agree with the brother Aurelius who just spoke, Marcus Aurelius. Brother, I really stand on everything you said. And I stand on everything that Green Gorilla always says, of course, because he always he makes us think, and he's unfettered and what am I looking for? He's just unabashedly himself when he comes in and he speaks to us wholeheartedly as a brother. So I look forward to listening to him, and because that's the kind of energy that we need to bring to this conversation. I don't want to hear mushmouth, milk toast saying any kind of we need to go against our own brother. How foolish and how simple is that? He opened the door for conversation. Let me just say that if you're not familiar, that Kyrie Irving came out and took a side swipe and did a sideline tweet on Twitter when he says he tweeted about that specific documentary. It's called Stand Up Black America. So he has joined the conversation, and he's joined that conversation probably based on what Kanye has said. Let me take a step further here and say that we have always had celebrities in the movement. If you go back and look at Jim Brown, if you look at Muhammad Ali's career, you look at those were sports figures, okay, considered to be dumb jocks or whatever. But they were in the movement and they were making moves in the movement. So this whole thing about we need certain people and we have to take what comes along who's speaking the truth.
Don't forget Harry Belafonte.
Yeah, well, excuse me. Okay,
I just wanted to throw that in. I'm sorry.
I'm talking about Black Americans who have stood up to this beast that we find ourselves up under for the last 400 or 500 years. Okay, we have always had our people in alignment. Let me just say this because I understand where we have come from and what we have did. We did have a unified community. I grew up down the street from my kindergarten teacher. My kindergarten teacher actually lived like 15 doors down from me. I used to go to her house and she used to teach me after school to write my letters and my numbers on her easel. She had an easel and I used to go over there. I'm saying the professionals that we had back in the day, they lived in the community with us. We have a history of that. And that's what was taking place on Black Wall Street. So we became fragmented and disjointed and disunified when we went with this whole integrationist idea. And one of the reasons that integration came about was because they were cheating Black students out of the same curriculum. How would you like now to give you a perspective? Today, you would look at the situation if the Black school had no computers in it and all the white schools had computers. So this is the type of thing that was going on in their schools. That's how we ended up with busing the integration, because they were not letting Black children have the same level of access to learning materials. The schools, they were giving Black children 20 and 30-year-old books to read, or some of them didn't have covers or didn't have torn out pages. It was a mess. It's been really sad how we ended up with this integration. But we have to look at the fact that we did not just disintegrate on our own, of our own volition. What happened was they burned down our communities. We've been up against these type of racist crimes that we just begin to understand that we've been under this. It was over 50 Black towns that have been burned down. It's not just Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. It's not just Orlando, Ocala, Florida. It's been several. Wilmington, Delaware. I mean, the list is long. It is huge of these Black towns that were burned down, that were self-sustaining and self-sufficient. So we have a history of having the ingenuity and the engineering where we had our own doctors, our own hospitals, our own medical facilities. They have assaulted us. And that's why this conversation with Kanye being who he is and what he has done, he's opened the door for us to have this conversation is going on every single platform across the entire America and probably in every blackosphere on the internet.
Thank you.
This conversation is being had because he opened the door for it. Has been, you know how long I've been studying these Jews? For over 30 years. I read the Protocols and Elders of Zion twice. And so what I'm saying here is that we cannot afford to let any one of us get off code and bring his ass back in code or put his ass out of the conversation, because this is an opportunity for Black men to have the real conversation. And that's
thank you, man. Thank you for your contribution, man. But, let me just say this. One of the things that, I kind of get disgruntled about is people who say, we shouldn't study the past. First of all, you think Jews say that? They use that at the current moment to basically call the whole concept of anti-Semitism into play. Like if they weren't able to make a reference to the past, they wouldn't be able to get the shit off that they're getting off right now.
Right.
For one.
Yep.
For two, first of all, educate yourself if you have any fucking desire to want to even be on code. Understand. I'm using Marcus's words now. Understand. Racism in and of itself is not prejudice. Again, going back to the statement from Malcolm X, the newspapers will have you thinking that the oppressed are oppressors. Okay? Now, you ask for black men, even in this space, you ask, black men ask, no, demand that black men be masculine and carve out a unique path for themselves. That's what you demand in the space. In this space, I've listened to the shit.
Right.
Incessantly. Carve out a space for yourself as a man and be successful. That's what the fuck you say. Day in and day out in this motherfucker. I listen all day, every day to some of you motherfuckers. And that's what you say. Get on your shit and be successful. Get on your grind and be a man and become that nigga. So now here you have a young motherfucker, mamaless. He got his daddy, but his daddy had been, cut off from him by his mama, trying to navigate this shit all by himself. All by his little nigger self. And you asking for this motherfucker to have 100% win rate fighting against a machine of lawyers, corporate executives, educated at fucking Harvard and Yale. This nigga's a college dropout. He told you he was a college dropout. You want this nigga to be able to navigate against the most sophisticated, tactically astute machine that exists in this bitch, and to have it all right at all times.
I'll say
This is what you're requiring of this nigga.
Nah, they
Who the fuck
prefer.
requires that shit? Like, you won't. This, you know what? Let me just say this, and then I'm gonna be done talking. I'm gonna let y'all fucking resume the conversation for another 40 minutes or so, and then I'm ducking out. But I guarantee you, man, if Muhammad himself was to appear in this bitch, if Jesus was to appear in this motherfucker, if Buddha or Krishna was to appear in this motherfucker today in black culture, guess what? We would murder each and every one of them motherfuckers. We would burn them to a fucking crisp. We call him a misogynist. We tell him that he's a fucking coon or a fucking leftist or a rightist. We would do everything to stigmatize and typecast that motherfucker as having no solution or answer. He could have all the angels from fucking heaven right behind him, and we'll castigate him and try to put him in fucking hell.
I made the same analogy.
Can I say something?
Black folks are the Jews that Jesus came to save, and they crucifying his ass under the hand of the Roman.
And that's what the Jews did. Jews had their Messiah. The motherfucker came from their own ranks. He came from their own ranks and said, look, y'all fucking up. Y'all fucking up. You're not operating with the spirit of the law. You are operating under the terms of the law, but you're not observing the spirit of the law. So you know what? Fuck it, I'm turning over some tables. It's time for me to turn over some goddamn tables.
You know what, GG? A lot of niggas out there are afraid to actually stand up for themselves. And people were like, well, I'm street, I'm this. I'm like, I've seen the hoodest dude. You take him to the Middle East, he turned into a straight bitch. I mean, days of the week underwear and all. And I've seen niggas who will see injustice. And as corny as it is, I tell people all the time, sometimes the most deepest shit I ever heard when it comes to real life came out of a comic book or a cartoon. Whatever happened? Look at the Super Friends. What was their motto? To fight injustice, to right that which is wrong, and to serve mankind. That's some honorable shit. But you got men here who hate on other men
Right.
because of some cosmetic shit.
Okay. I want to say something. I want to make
Hold
one
on,
thing.
let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay. I go ahead.
I'm gonna let you. You're gonna get in. Don't worry.
Got you.
I'm just warming it up for you, as Teddy Pendergrass said.
Okay.
You know,
Turn off the light.
turn off the lights. Turn them off. Turn them goddamn lights. But anyway, the fact of the matter is, as men, we are supposed, and it's ordained by God to go against and conquer the goddamn environment. And we forget that because of this fucking indoctrination that a good man is a wanted man. No. I'm not a good man. I'm a fucking man. There's
Right.
times when I'm nice. There's times when I'm ruthless. But guess what? I'm always be a dangerous motherfucker. Don't you forget it. And I'm going to end off with this. Even when I talk to women and they talk about, well, we're making it. Women and children can only walk as carefree in the world as much as the fear, violence, and respect their men can invoke. If you're not willing to change, like Ring Riddler said, kick over a goddamn table, sometimes kicking a goddamn door for what's needed for your people, shut the fuck up. But go ahead.
Okay. I want to clear one thing up. I in no way am kicking a man while he's down. I've yet to say that I despise Kanye and I'm glad he lost $2 billion. No, I was sad to see a black man lose $2 billion in 2 days. That's the first time I've ever seen that in my life. And I'm OG status. And I like to also follow that up with, no, I'm not looking for a suit and tie person. And I'm not necessarily looking for the creme de la creme of black intelligentsia. I can say, or I'll admit this much. I've never been a fan of Kanye in terms of his little outbursts. This goes way back when he first started, and he made fun of ghostwriting and ghost producing like it's something to make fun of. Like, this is very simple. Excuse me? Yeah. I can't lie. And what's your lineage, if you don't mind me asking, Marcus Aurelius?
I'm sorry?
What's your lineage?
Oh, I'm ADOS, bro. I don't know how that's relevant, but continue.
Okay. Oh, it's relevant. You're from Flatbush. I grew up hanging out over there. But here we go.
Okay, but I'm ADOS, bro.
I
South
got you.
Carolina, Columbia. Continue, brother.
I got you. Thank you.
Try to discredit me, but it ain't
I'm
work.
not trying. That's not to discredit you, because if he wasn't, we could go to another angle where I would like to pick your brain. I don't do that. I'm half ADOS, so I'm the wrong person to use that on. Okay, because I know I know both sides. So,
okay,
but I do.
Still ain't tell me why I was relevant, but continue.
I
don't want to derail you, fam.
I can tell you why it's relevant. It's relevant because all my non-ADOS sides, they speak on Jewish people all the time, and I'm like, hey, man,
non-ADOS. So what's the non-ADOS you're part of?
Okay, I'll get to that in a second. But here we go. So with Kanye, he's always been off-centered. Even with the simplest thing is hip hop, like ghostwriting, thinking it's funny to say, hey, I don't care if, I don't write rhymes, I write checks and, whatever. So it's just him. And if he wanted to come out and express this sentiment and bring it to the fore, I respect that to a degree. He could have and think about it, he could have left it at Drink Champs, but then he doubled down. He went on Pierce Morgan. And now I just looked online. He's outside somewhere with a bunch of paparazzi still talking. I think one of the gentlemen mentioned it where he pulled up a list of the CEOs. He's like, it's one thing to say something, but it's how you say it. He already said it the wrong way. Now it's time for him to maybe retreat and then counsel with someone, or just go to yourself, do something. But he's just doubling down, like he keeps on going, and it's not like he's perfecting his point or his viewpoints. He's just ranting now, and that's what he's always done. But I'll just end on the last note. I am not kicking this black man while he's down. I am not a coon, and I'm not standing up for any other group for in face of this man. I am not that dude. My main thing is I don't slice and dice up white supremacy. They're all the same to me. And that's the thing about what I experienced since I moved back to New York. One thing about New York or this environment is that you see them on a regular basis, Jewish people, that is. When I lived in another state out west, they're there, obviously, but they're not as pronounced, at least in a physical manifestation of their religion. So I don't have these thoughts that I hear a lot of people, espousing, because I just deal with white people as they are. Like, for example, out west, they had a guy called Michael Savage and another guy called Tom Likas. Nobody liked them, okay? But to me, they were just both white guys. But Michael Savage is a Jewish guy. Nobody ever pointed out the fact that he was a Jewish guy and he was racist as hell. It's just that he's a white guy, and that's all I'm saying. But I'll end on that note and say I'm not beating down Kanye. I just know whatever he's doing will not benefit anybody but himself.
No, I'm glad. Well, let me just say this, man. I kind of went off on you yesterday or the day before yesterday, so I apologize for it. I tried to apologize that day because sometimes I get to the point where I take it too far too. So, and I don't want to silence anybody, but sometimes, like if people come off like sarcastic or they start saying slick shit, I'll chop a motherfucker's head off sometimes. So I'm glad that you came back. At least you got some nuts and came back.
Oh yeah, I got the nuts.
Yeah. So he said he finished, so you can just comment. You ain't gotta ask him no questions. Just comment.
Well, it don't have to be
we'll be in a loop. We'll be in a loop talking about what y'all
talking
talking
about. It don't
about.
have to be for him. It's just for the room, because he said I'm responding to a guy in the conversation. He said what he's doing is only going to benefit him. So far, the man has took mad L's. So I'm trying to understand where is the benefit that he's seeing for what this man went to Nori's show. Understand, Kanye said out his mouth he could have took that interview anywhere, but he decided to keep it hip hop and go on Nori's show. Now, okay, that aside, I'm trying to understand what he thinks Kanye's beneficial, benevolent game plan for himself is by doing what he's doing. I'd like to understand that.
Okay, like I said before or previously, I believe he'll take his 100% ownership of Yeezy, the name brand, and just start making his own shoes. He'll just, go from top to bottom, just like Sway tried to instruct him to do when he went on Sway in the Morning. That's what he will most likely do. He could go to China. Anybody can go to China now. It's not like back in the days where it was like a mystery before the internet, before Alibaba. Anybody could go over there. So
if anybody can do it, why you ain't do it?
I mean, let's not do with the baby boomer rhetoric.
No, but you said anybody.
I'm not.
You're anybody.
That's a baby boomer rhetoric. I don't care about what anybody.
I'm not a baby boomer, bro. I'm saying anybody can do it.
I knew that this is where this shit was gonna go.
So let me say that. What you doing, young blood? What you gonna do?
Man, everybody here knows what I do, young blood.
No, you're missing my joke. What I'm saying is that's what a baby boomer would say. What you gonna do about it, young blood? Let that Reverend Jesse Jackson.
No, but you made a point. You said that his game plan was
what he's doing. Don't point out to me. I'm not the dude who's worth $1 billion who came out like 5, 7, 8, 9 albums. I'm not a rapper. You said he got a platform. Now you're going to glorify him for his platform. You're going to equate him to a nobody with no platform. That's smart. I got you.
Okay, so now you're saying he has a platform. A minute ago,
I always said he had a platform.
But let me say this. Let me say this. So, according to you, his master plan is to lose not just Adidas, but every other deal that he's had, including Def Jam, Good Music, so he could just sell his sneaker.
And his music. He's out. He's a free agent. You know how that is in business? When you're a free agent with that amount of power, do you know what that means?
What I'm trying to understand is,
you know what I mean? Rappers couldn't get out of contracts and they ended up messing up.
You don't got to explain business to me. I'm a businessman. Understand this. What I'm trying to understand is this, right? So again, all the millions of dollars generated through these associations, these deals, and all of that. So he said, forget all of that. I'm going to get my sneakers made through Alibaba.com.
You're funny.
Right? That's the grand scheme. You telling me, hold on. You telling me that the same.
That's not what I meant.
You tell no, listen. No, I'm responding to your answer. So you saying
that wasn't my answer.
The same man, now because you said anybody could go to Alibaba and order something and sell it. That's what you said.
I made to make that connection between the internet and everything being
I'm using your words.
Okay, so hold on. I just want to say something real quick.
I was trying to speak back to him, and I let him talk.
I know, but see, I knew this was going to happen.
Excuse me, Gigi.
Hey, wait a minute, man. Look, hey, hold on. Let me just say this, man. Let me stop y'all right quick because
Fam went on for 5 straight minutes. Nobody interrupted him, dog.
Dog, man, you know I'm fucking with you, Marcus. So don't do me like that, man.
You know what it is, bro. But I'm just saying, I let son run. But as soon as I start talking, he jumps right in, and then now it's an argument and it's going out of control. Reyes, I let you speak. Let me speak. I just want to understand that because you're saying that there's this somehow benefit. His master plan is to somehow benefit by what you just said, because I'm using your words, right? Because this is what anybody can do, right? So every other deal, the Balenciaga, the this, the that, all of that goes away, and all he has left is the name Yeezy that he's gonna go order 1 million sneakers on Alibaba, get Yeezy put on them, and sell them out the crib through the internet, right? This is the master plan. Right, because anybody can do this.
Is this a question or
no, bro?
Okay, so look,
I want to answer.
Let me.
You
answer
made your
shit.
comment, fam. I'm making my comment.
Let me say this. Hey, yo. It's time to move on. Like, look, let me just say this shit. So I'm gonna be realistic about this, okay? I'm not, a businessman of Kanye's status, okay? I'm not Sway. I'm not even P. Diddy or Jay-Z. I don't have like 50 cents, his ability to stamp his, brand or his logo on a product and to sell it. First and foremost, we got to understand these people are forming these connections with these entertainers because the entertainers already have pre-made audiences. They'll do the same with somebody who's an influencer, right? A company will come in and say, okay, well, look, you have so many followers, you have so many people that are bought into a brand that you've already developed on your own or through, means of music, entertainment, podcasting, whatever the case may be. The average black person, first of all, if they don't have the money, they definitely don't have the networks or the know-how. Okay, so we're dealing with a logistical problem related to black people. We don't, I'm just saying, the average black person doesn't know where to go to China to basically get a deal with somebody to fabricate a product. Because even if you fabricate a product, you have to have money to fabricate it if you're dealing with it on a mass level. Okay,
I've done it. I've done it.
Well, kudos.
That's why.
But it's not an easy thing to do.
Absolutely.
It's not an easy thing to do. First of all, you have to raise the capital to do it. Kanye does have capital, but there's a working business model that will lead to millions of dollars and being on the Forbes list. And then there's a way to do some shit like, the average black person actually can do it, which is, I have the ability to sell t-shirts. I haven't been promoting it, but if you fancy it, you can have a t-shirt with the Green Gorilla on it and walk around this bitch like I fucks with the Green Gorilla. You can do that. It's possible for you, but I'll do it through Printful, which is drop shipping, okay? Now, to sell something like the Yeezy, The average black person can't get that sort of deal with a manufacturing company and then be able to distribute that product to all of America.
Right. Thank you.
I mean, like, it's one thing to be able to have the product available for sale. It's another thing to be able to have that shit available for sale at department stores.
Thank you.
Outlets.
Marketing.
You know, like, just distribution is a logistical problem. Like, it just is. Okay.
Right.
I agree with you. And can I say this?
But I'm just saying.
I said that last night.
I just want to finish it, right? So there are groups of persons, like I've been saying this, and it's going to sound Marxian, and I know a lot of you guys are anti-communist, okay? But here's the deal. America, over the past 30 or 40 years, has become the kind of culture in society to where mom and pop stores have virtually disappeared. Okay, like I used to be, like you would see it in the black neighborhoods. Somebody would start up a retail store, and they could get access, because they can go to a wholesaler and buy the stock or the inventory for a relatively decent price and sell it. But they would have to mark it up because they can't buy the shit in bulk, like say for example, like Macy's could, or.
Was he listening to your podcast?
Hold on, man. Like, or Sticks Baron Fuller, or say I'm just talking about the stores in my area, or Dillard's. These prices would be a little higher than those in the department stores because they can't buy them in bulk like the department store can. But the advantage that the mom and pop used to have was that they could buy and understand what the trends are quicker than the bigger retailer could, because they can go out and find out what's hot right then and there and get it and sell it, okay? But increasingly, America has become a market where the smaller retailers have been driven out of business. I mean, you see this in a whole bunch of industries. Like, you used to be able to go buy TVs and shit from a local TV store. Local TV stores are gone. They don't exist anymore. Circuit City and Best Buy drove them out of business. They gone, okay? Used to be able to go get hardware from a variety of hardware stores that was like mom and pops, okay? They're gone. If you want to get some shit to help you build your house, you're going to Home Depot or Lowe's or Walmart. Walmart has driven a lot of fucking businesses out of business because they can sell it for cheaper because they buy more of it, and they have like this humongous business model that very few people can compete with. So competition is, I mean, it's a motherfucker, okay? And so Amazon drove a whole bunch of motherfuckers out of business, okay? Like, just Amazon alone, like the bookstores that you used to see, me and my mother used to go to bookstores all the time, just local bookstores. You can't buy a book you got a few bookstores open, like we used to have Dalton bookstores. I don't know if you ever heard of that, okay? Them shits is gone now. I mean, you might go to a mall and see a bookstore here and there. But for the most part, Barnes & Noble, that's the only motherfucker left.
Hey, G.
All I'm trying to articulate is you have to be kind of walked in to the structure that's already extant.
Thank you. I said all this last night.
If you want to sell something, like, and in the fashion industry, oh my God, man, them motherfuckers racist and weird as fuck. I mean, like they're very eclectic and fucking outrageous and ostentatious and shit and flamboyant. Like, they don't even want niggas in there. Like, remember what Ralph Lauren said? I don't want niggas wearing Ralph Lauren. And Tommy Hilfiger said the same shit. And just like the motherfuckers who was drinking Cristal, they don't want niggas drinking Cristal either. It's fucking up their brand. You know what I'm saying? So, but black people, this is the bad thing that I got to say about Negroes, man. Negroes got a champagne taste and a beer budget.
Hey, G.
Niggas got champagne taste. Niggas will go buy a $200 belt from Gucci and struggle to be able to pay their fucking light bill.
Hey, G.
And all for what?
But can I say this? Kanye said it himself on Drink Champs that he now is more acquainted with the manufacturers in China. He said that himself when Nori, brought up the whole Sway interview. I just want to put that out there. I'm not saying that he has a whole distribution center, like how they have all these Amazon warehouses all over the country. I'm not saying, or the Walmart warehouses all over the country. I'm not saying that. But I do know he said he's now more acquainted with the manufacturers. So I'm not saying this grand scheme was necessarily to get out of his contracts, but the end result is something that he could rebound from, just like he did like 5 years ago when he said he was $50 million in debt. Now, 5 years from now, you can say, hey, I was down $2 billion. Now I'm up $20 billion. You never know.
Okay, so let me interject. Let me interject. Can I just?
Because I was gonna say something real short. I'll keep it very short. Check this out, right? I've done this wholesale retail thing for real, the logistical thing, all of that for real, and I've done 2 videos on it. G, everything that you just said, I said last night, literally last night on YouTube. And I think that if people have never done this, they have an idea of how this works, but they don't have any experience. And it's funny when I hear people talk about logistics, or not necessarily talk about logistics, but talk about business, and they don't know logistics. They don't know wholesale. They don't know retail. They don't know how any of that works in reality from an experience situation. Like my man just mentioned, manufacturing. Anybody can get some shit made, right? You can get online right now. You get you some sneakers made, and they can get shipped to you. And you'll be sitting in your house with 10,000 sneakers. If, like G said, you have to be walked in. That's true for the music industry. That's true for the film industry. That's true for all of these businesses. Somebody mentioned earlier, capitalism doesn't work for black people. It's not that. It's that the system existed while we were still picking cotton. And understand, we're not being invited to the party in a way that others are. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not that it doesn't work. It definitely works. You look around, it's working. It's just that we're not being allowed access.
Okay,
we're not being allowed access. So you have to get in how you fit in. And that's just how it is. This is a real thing. There's a lot of idealism that's going into this conversation. And it's coming from people that have never done this before. Now, somebody told me, hey, Aurelius, you got to check your ego. Look, whatever, uppity Negro swag. I've done this in real life, man. I know how it works. It works. So for anybody that's criticizing Ye because, oh, he had to go through this person and this thing and that thing, understand that this thing was there before him. He can't just walk in and just imagine, oh, I got 2 bricks. I'm going to just go stand on any corner and hustle. Go ahead and try it. Next person.
But the only thing that also kind of, like, no disrespect to this brother, man. He's like, okay, we don't do anything to get invited to the party. Like,
really?
Like, I mean, you just got to think about this, right?
Oh, man.
You got to really actually think about this. What can you actually be? First of all, you can't do anything to be invited to a party, really. Either you're invited or you're not. Like, the most idiosyncratic thing can get a motherfucker invited to a party. Like, the girl got a fat ass. You gonna invite her to the party. Or, like, okay, well, this motherfucker got a Harvard degree. You gonna invite him to the party. Okay? Now, historically, we already know that you ain't been invited to the party just because you are. It ain't what you can do. Even if you could do, you wasn't invited to the party. Like, say, for example, you think motherfucking Jesse Owens was invited to the party? Or that, Joe Louis was invited to the party? Or Louis Armstrong? is invited to the party. I want black people to, this is what I want black people, if anything from my show, my whole thing is first and foremost, stop talking this reverse racism shit like white people. That's all I ask for Negroes to stop doing. Stop it. Let me refocus the conversation, because the conversation is going in a whole bunch of different directions. If you claim to be a black person that has any knowledge about racism at all, stop saying it's a fucking feeling. Stop it. Stop saying it's a sentiment or a bias or, you know, if you really aren't racist that you're colorblind. Cut that bullshit off. Stop. Stop doing that shit. And not only that, stop asking for Negroes to pay the black tax all across the board and to make your life better all at once. Because to be perfectly honest, Negroes should understand that racism, it does go back. There's a reason why white people are in the position that they're in on average and black people are in the position that they're in on average.
Right.
There's a reason for that. I've told you. FHA loans. See, white people don't turn shit down from the government.
Nope. It ain't.
They didn't turn down the Homestead Act. They didn't turn down FHA loans. They didn't turn down the GI Bill when it was granted to them. They took that shit. They didn't turn down New Deal programs, none of that shit. They weren't worthy of it either. Like, I mean, what did they do to make them worthy of the FHA loans? Now, the GI Bill or case can be made where they fought in wars and shit, so they were entitled to that on that grounds. Okay, I'll agree with you on that. But I mean, above and beyond anything else, what white man deserved a Homestead Act? That shit went from the 1800s all the way into the middle of the 20th century. What white man deserved to get FHA loans and black people to now they have access to it? That shit made their rent higher than actually buying and owning a home, because most people's wealth is tied up in real estate. Okay, that's where the bulk of Americans' money is. Okay, their wealth is. It's amassed in real estate.
Right.
So if they were given the capacity to
That's
pay
fact.
into wealth cheaper than paying rent, but at the same time you got black people wherever they move, the rent value the real estate value goes down because of their practices. That's a problem. That's an issue, okay? That's injustice, and it needs to be remedied. I say right now, for real, if there are structures in government that improve the quality of white people's lives, you go watch a YouTube documentary on FDR and the New Deal, and look at how white people were living in filth and squalor. No public water projects, no electricity, no nothing. These motherfuckers was living in shacks and shit. FDR devised the New Deal, took them out of poverty, and brought them into the 20th century. Basically, that's what he did. Okay? And he did that for them. They didn't turn that shit down. They weren't demanded to be upstanding and to have the right kind of values and ethics in order to receive the shit. Nobody went and did a moral assessment about who they were and what they are in order to make sure that they got the leg up. But when it comes to us, oh my God, the first thing niggas will do is to say that niggas don't deserve shit. And I don't understand it. It's like you have a white value system against your own people.
Yeah, and so let me add to what you're saying, because this is very problematic what you're saying, you know. And I've been preaching and teaching on this for a innumerable number of years about the same exact things that you're saying. Because if you go to Appalachia right now, you will see that same poverty that you are speaking on. Barefoot, no shoes, a baby on the hip, snotty nose, pissy draws, everything that you're talking about. You want to see some real ungodly looking poverty? Have you ever seen that shit among white folks? So let me bring my energy down because I want to be able to articulate my points well, where we are really ingesting this. Because a lot of times when black men are having a conversation, we it's nothing wrong with bringing energy to the conversation, but when the energy is combative, that causes us to be in turmoil. And we never reach the plateau that we're trying to look where we're elevating the conversation and taking the discourse offline, where we actually having um, collaborations between one another, where we're actually building and getting things done. And that has been a problem. And I've looked at this problem incessantly over several numerable years about how we refuse to really have the dialogue and talk about the things that we really need to be talking about. And one thing I wanted to talk about and address on this my opportunity here is the military. You know, we had the Panthers come into the military. That's how a lot of the Black Panthers came back from Vietnam and a lot of the other wars. And that's how the Black Panthers were, because they had those military background, military skills. We need Black Panthers 5.0 now. You need technical skills. You need other skill sets that's going to make our community change itself all the way around. Not only the 2A skills, but you need those other skill sets to go along with what we need. We should be advocating that we all read books. Okay, there's innumerable books on this whole thing. And Brother Gigi, he spoke about critical race theory. There's a number of books that are easily accessible. The sister out of Emory University, she has a great book talking about the CIA drug crack war. And I'm pretty sure Brother Gigi is familiar with a lot of these people. But there's a lot of books. We have to get where we're actually reading books and reading the scholarship that our people are putting out and putting forth. There's a lot of information dealing with how we can go about solving a lot of our problems. Now, let me just address this one last point. You cannot project yourself to be in a billionaire mindset and you've never had $1 billion. What I've learned throughout life, when I'm talking to an 18, 19, 20-year-old at my age, or even when I was 20 years younger than what I am now, even though I sound young, I cannot ask a 20-year-old to think like me. I had to really wrap my head around, like, you got all this experience and you've done all this stuff. I'm a veteran, a whole lot of other things I have under my belt. I cannot expect them to think like me. So you cannot expect a billionaire that you're thinking like a billionaire. When I have $1 billion, I got all this thing. Didn't you just hear Kanye say the other day, I've been cheated out of $45 million. They've hidden this thing. Then all of a sudden they sprang this $45 million worth of shit I owe. So he has to be looking around at everything that's going on around him. One thing we need, we have in this surface level financial education, but we really need to have financial education where we actually learning how to count our fucking money, because we're not doing it. How could you miss $45 million? That's what I'm saying. We don't look how a lot of athletes, you know, and I'll close with this, a lot of athletes, and we see it all the time, have had hundreds of millions, 50, 60, 70 million dollars, and they walk around, you say 10 years later, 5 years later, they're broke. They don't have a damn dime because they cannot count their money. It's no disrespect or dissing them or coming down on them. I'm just saying what we need to be doing as black men. There's no reason for you to spend 10 years in the NBA, NFL, breaking your legs, breaking your ankle, anti-cruciate limb, all this different things, and elbows and shoulders, and you coming out and you don't have a damn penny. And you made 70 million, 60 million, $50 million while you was in there, because we can't count our money. I'll digress, but thank you, Brother GD. I appreciate the platform. I appreciate what you're doing. And I just want us to really elevate this dialogue where we really talk about doing things for us and our people, where we actually moving away from conversations like this and moving on to the next level. Thanks a lot.
Hey man, thank you so much, Sadiku Anubu, for coming through, man, and with your measured wisdom as an elder, man. Appreciate that, man. You know, sometimes we get, you know, I'm old too. I'm 51. I don't know if you older or younger than me, but you know, I've been around the block a couple of times. But sometimes, you know, I just get angry and you know, I vent and I frustrate. You know, to my audience or whatever the case may be. But you know, at the end of the day, it's all out of love. I want us to get right, and I want us to, you know, to be thinking instead of just reacting. And you know, I think that, you know, black people are in constant reaction mode. And
I call it ambulance mode, to be honest. And it's no coming at you, brother, because you got the Khalid Muhammad energy. I respect that. You have a PhD, you got other things working for you, brother. I understand you letting it all out, brother. I really feel that. But you know, I gravitate just like I gravitated, and I'm in my 60s. So I gravitated to Khalid Muhammad just like I gravitate towards you. It's nothing wrong with the energy. Like somebody said, you shouldn't be angry. No, we need anger. We need to use the anger, and we need to focus the anger. So it's nothing wrong with anger. It's when you express your anger, you want us to think. You asking us to get up off our ass and get our minds together. And make
righteous anger. It's called righteous anger.
Right. That's all.
well, you know, let me just say this, man. So
I want to say this before I get off real quick, GG. Once again, it's been a pleasure. You know, I want to give you your flowers while you're still above ground. You are one of the true world-class intellectuals of the Black manosphere, the manosphere in totality on Earth, period. Thank you for bringing up subjects like this. I'm going to tell you the same thing people tell me from being a soldier and an officer. Thank you for being educated in what you do, but most of all, thank you for being a real-ass dude at it.
appreciate you, bro. Appreciate
Woo!
you. Woo!
And everybody, support this man, support your intellectuals, support your content creators like GG, Marcus, Obsidian, myself, Chaos, because guess what? You may not always agree with us, but we speaking on your behalf. Woo! And
Woo,
we out.
brother. Woo, brother.
No doubt.
But let me just say this, man. Like, I mean, there are some people here, man, who say we ain't doing shit but talking. Okay, cool. That's fine, man. Okay. But the question is, why you sitting here just listening to the niggas talking? Like, why are you even around? Like, I'm going to just say, like, you know, like, if McDonald's ain't got the shit I'm looking for, nigga, I go to motherfucking Burger King. It's just what I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't sit around and, you know, allow myself to consume shit that don't make me shit. If it don't work for me, if it doesn't, you know, fit into my groove, I groove on. I go elsewhere. So, you know, Mamiya says, what would we do if Ye walks back on his sentiment on the Jews? Now, I don't know if this is Obsidian. It might be. It might not be. I don't know. But if he walks back, I'll clown his ass and say, hold on, wait a minute. What you going through all this shit for? But even if he goes through it, my explanation will be that he was pistol whipped into submission. Just like motherfucking George Floyd was. You think that motherfucker was like, please, don't hurt me no more.
Gee.
You know, like, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, the whole thing is, we've seen black men get whipped into submission. We saw Nori get whipped into submission. We saw motherfucking a whole bunch of black dudes get whipped into submission. What should be happening is, it doesn't matter if the black man is broke and is penniless, or if the black man is a billionaire. See, it doesn't matter to me. Because at the end of the day, he's still black. He ain't came out and said he ain't black. Now, he did come out with some ignorant shit saying white lives matter, but ask him, why did he do that shit? More than likely, my son, you know, if I had to surmise why he did it, he was being critical of Black Lives Matter itself. Okay? That's the reason he did it. Or he thought he could make some money being ignorant by doing it. Because he thought it was an audience of stupid motherfuckers who would buy into it.
Well, yeah. Yo, G, let me ask you something, man. Right? And this is the crazy thing, right? Here we are, we having a conversation. We're talking about Nori apologizing for letting Ye say what he said while also being mad that Ye said it. Now, if that ain't a contradiction, I don't know what is.
It's a contradiction.
Any other time, whether you have a Whoopi Goldberg say what she said and she got suspended from The View, then you got Nick Cannon say what he said, and then he had to walk it back. It's not that we mad that they told the truth. We get mad when they walk it back. Now here's a guy.
We don't support them when they do it because they in a different tax bracket. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole point is, if they get niggered in the spaces that they're in, you know you get niggered all across the board.
No, I get that, but what I'm trying to point out a contradiction here. Understand this, right? We want these people to say this stuff because any other time is, you know, celebs play it safe, they watch their mouth, they don't speak for us, they scared because they're gonna lose their money. You know, they know, you know, these people gonna take this and that away from them, right? Then they'll speak. And then we'll say, yeah, they spoke. And then they'll get hit on the hand with that stick and they'll walk it back. They'll apologize. We've seen it several times. So here's this guy. He does a 3-hour interview. He doesn't make one statement. The whole interview is about them people. The whole interview, 3 hours long. We're mad at him for saying it. Oh, he crazy. Why you say that? Why? And we're also mad at a man for apologizing for letting him say it. So are we mad when people say stuff? Or are we mad when they apologize for saying stuff?
Well, you know,
the point that I'm making is, it would seem to me is you can't make niggas happy, bro.
Can I say this? You stop counting Nori as black. Nori apologized because he doesn't view himself as black. If I take you to left rack right now, or even low east side, those dudes don't see themselves as black.
Did I say he was black?
No, but you're saying like you guys keep.
No. Did I say he was black? So why are you correcting me on something I didn't say?
You're bringing him up. You brought him up.
Fam. Listen.
You just said what I'm saying. Ago. You said we're mad at him for apologizing, right? That's what you just said, right? We shouldn't even factor him into the conversation because
we can.
He's not black. He's
part of the culture.
He's not part of anybody's culture. He's part of Latin culture. He's not part of black culture.
I could say you're not ADOS, and that would be irrelevant.
How is that?
It's irrelevant.
How is that?
No, my point is this. My point is this. Why are we mad? The fact that one man said something that we're mad at another man for apologizing. He said it wouldn't matter if the other man was a zebra.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The point is, why are you mad at that man for apologizing? Because what the other guy said was some real shit, but you mad at the real shit.
I'll tell you what that is.
That make sense.
It doesn't make sense to me. What you just said doesn't make sense. Only point I want to make is stop using Nori as a talking point.
Wow.
He's not a part of the conversation.
You didn't get it?
Yeah, I don't. Really. I'm slow.
Because you're making it about Nori. That ain't the point. You're focusing on the wrong shit.
You guys brought Nori up like 2 or 3 times.
I wasn't even trying to argue with this dude, bro.
Throw that in there. I want to throw that in there.
I just want to point that out.
All right, Ray, let me say this. I'm going to keep going back to what I said earlier.
So he's just about as half as black as you are.
What is he?
Oh, his father's black.
He wasn't raised by his father. He was raised by his Puerto Rican mother. He said that on.
But his father's black though. Hold on.
Nurture is more important than nature in many respects.
Are we really debate? Gee, this ain't the argument that I spoke to have. Now we gonna argue Norman's blackness. That wasn't even my point.
That was food for thought. I just want to offer food for thought because you guys.
It's irrelevant though. It's irrelevant.
It's very relevant. Don't factor in non-factors into a serious situation.
I'm factoring it in because you're complaining that one man apologized for what another man said, but you're mad at the man that said it. It does the race and who raised who is irrelevant. Dog, what are you talking? You're from New York.
Yeah, I am, and that's what I'm following.
Get out of here, man.
New Yorkers today don't have any grounding. New Yorkers today don't have any grounding.
Royce J, you're correct. Royce J is correct. So I stand corrected on that part. But the man's half black, but that's irrelevant.
That means
the
nothing.
point is this: how are you going to?
He was raised by a Puerto Rican mother.
Why when I talk, you talk, bro?
Okay,
Yeah,
you talk,
I'm
you
just gonna
talk
say
more than
this.
both of
Okay,
us.
so right now the
Big Boss
audience is getting
Calvin,
pissed
I'm
off,
ready for
man.
Big
Look,
Boss
look.
Calvin.
So
I got it.
look. So,
Because every time when I talk, I get interrupted. Everybody else rock.
Simple
But
New
every
York.
time I talk, I get interrupted. So go
That's a
ahead, bro.
typical New York excuse.
Well,
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to
Brother.
say this. I'm from New York, but I live out in the Raleigh, North Carolina area. I'm going to say this. It goes back to what I said earlier and what I've said on my own channels. Black people, I don't care if you're half or full blown, but a lot of people who are half don't want to identify. They're forced to identify. What I'm going to keep saying over and over, black people are cowards and coons at a 99 percentile. That's
Thank
why. So we could talk about solutions, joining military, being judges, working lawyers, and do all this other shit. I'm sorry about that. Doing all the types of shit. But it's not going to change anything. I don't, no disrespect to those who are in those spaces, education, no disrespect. The problem is what black people don't want to do, because I'm about psychology and sociology, but psychology. Until you decolonize your mind and have pride, that's the revolutionary act. And stop cooning and stop worshiping white people. We'll always have these conversations and we'll never go nowhere.
Right.
yeah, so you know, my whole thing on, and I'm gonna let Marcus speak his piece because Ray, you are cutting him off, and I know he cuts you off. Y'all cutting each other off.
I did cut him off.
Hold
I can
on,
play
wait
the
a minute.
video. I didn't interrupt that man last time. He ran.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Come on, man.
So
It's
look,
on tape.
let me stop. Okay, so
And I'm
look.
gonna play it back. Yeah.
So look, here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, if the police was to identify Nori, he would identify him as black.
Oh, I got you. I love that argument. That's not true in New York anymore. Because my first name is Spanish, right? And when they see my ID, their attitude changes, and they could tell the difference. We have to adapt. We have to evolve. That argument doesn't hold much water in New York now. It happens to me regularly.
So
No,
you mean
they-
so you mean to
when
tell me
when they see Nori and they see his sloping, like his weird forehead and his eyes, they could tell he's not Black American, and they'll adjust their approach. They could tell the difference. These white folks in the tri-state area, yes, I know. I work with them. They say
Gee,
it
they
all
gonna
the
sit
time.
in the NYPD cruiser and discern everything he just said. Hey, bro.
Today they do. I just told you I have a Spanish first name, so when they see my name or when I tell them, their attitude adjusts. And with Nori, you could tell he's not Black American. You just look at him. I remember when he first came out, I was like, "Who's this guy?
Yo,
What is he?"
Yo,
I
whose
could
man's
tell.
is this, man?
Your man's just from Brownsville.
I have a Spanish
bro.
last name. I don't
Ronaldo, bro.
I'm keeping 100. Whose man's is this?
Amadou Diallo
That
is
was
from fucking
30
Africa,
years ago.
man.
That
They
was
shot
30
and
years ago.
killed.
That was
They
30
shot and
years
killed
ago.
his ass, and they considered him a nigga.
No,
Okay?
today they could tell the difference between Amadou Diallo and the regular Black American. I'm telling you the truth. That is the truth. That was 30 years ago.
I ain't
Damn
paying
man.
him no more.
That was 30 years ago. You know how long ago that was? Today, you just said a name that
So you
is
mean
my
30
name.
years ago, now all of a sudden they have a newfound
Bro,
respect for
you
Puerto
crazy.
Ricans and people with
If-
African ancestry, but niggas in
Killing
America that's ADOS, they just got so much hatred and contempt for them, but they love the other
I'm
niggas.
sorry to tell you that. I'm sorry to tell you that. I can take you a part of the Bronx where a little Ethiopians have taken over like a little section. Like they got like subsidized housing and probably one of them bought a house. Now in that area, the cops will probably know, oh, that's where the Habibi family lives. They could tell the difference. I'm telling you, I'm not lying.
So let me just
the
add
Spanish guy, the half Spanish guy is telling me
let me
to
add a quick point.
omit the other half Spanish guy from the conversation.
Let me add a.
I was raised by a
quick
Black
point
American mother.
Yeah,
I was raised by
because of
Black.
who you raised by. So, boy raised by wolves
You
is a
gotta be
wolf.
quiet now. You made your point, man.
I
You made your point.
want to make a
Thank you.
quick
God
point.
bless you, brother.
Ronaldo, you made your point, bro.
Why people say
Wait a
Ronaldo?
minute, you've been disrespectful. Let me make this point because you've been disrespectful to Marcus, okay? But I know what you're saying is true. They have adjusted their attitude to people of color or diaspora and immigrants. I know this for a fact because we've had this conversation on several other platforms live when Africans have said, Africans from the continent of Africa said when they speak in their accent and their tone, you can tell they said yes, the police adjust their attitude because they know they're not Black American. Okay, so I had this conversation, so I'm not going to say that your point isn't correct, but you have been very disrespectful to Marcus. I wish you would let him complete what he has to say and make a full point before you go off on your tirade. That's why we can't have the intelligent conversations, because somebody wants to get caught up in their ego and emotions, and they want to deflect and project, and then we never get to the gist of what the brother said. Now, let me complete one thought while I have the mic in this opportunity. The brother spoke about when you're in different areas. He said he's in sociology and psychology. It doesn't matter what field you in. Be the best you can for Black people in all those fields. You can be the garbage man and go down the street and do a good job picking up the garbage. You can be the store owner and give people credit and help the children and pay for baseball and football uniforms or whatever. It doesn't matter what field you in. You can make an impact on our community. We have to stop thinking you have to be at this high echelon to make an impact on the community or do good for the community. Everybody can do something better in their lives that affect our community. So this whole notion that you got to be this certain person in this certain echelon, this certain amount of money, and this certain professionalism, no. Everybody, and that's what we have to get back to. Everybody has a responsibility to do right by the community. If you're the drug dealer, stop selling fucking drugs and poisoning our fucking people. Okay? That don't make any kind of sense. You know how bad crack was? I had to live through that shit. I've seen plenty of people, familial people, having crack babies. It ain't no joke. That shit was crazy, and we're still in it. We haven't completely escaped the crack epidemic. So a lot of things I will talk about. What I'm saying, though, we have to be respectful to one another and stop getting caught up in our emotions when we have these conversations. And when I say that, I'm talking to our emotions where you're being angry with another Black man going back and forth, and we have to tolerate it and listen to it instead of you getting to your point and you making what you have to say and then letting brothers completely express themselves with their full thought. We cannot get anywhere unless the person is expressing their full thought. And you got to be respectful. And until he makes his point, it's no reason for you to interject. You know, one of the things I just listened to come back in the last 10 years where they was talking about the ability to listen. We want to think about what we got to say as opposed to what the person on the mic is saying. This is called soft skills. Being able to sit back and listen, not worry about what we gonna say when we get a chance to speak our truth. That means you wasn't listening to anything that the person was saying. And that is probably the skill set that we are missing.
Exactly, I agree.
We cannot listen to each other. And you cannot listen if you're yelling and screaming at each other and then start calling each other names and being disrespectful. As men, we should not be doing anything like that. You want me to come down hard? That's some bitch shit. We should not be disrespectful to each other like that. We have no reason to be coming at another Black man, putting him down, and considering the conditions that we're in. A man lost $7 billion. A Black man. It wasn't no 2 or 3 billion. He lost $7 billion. So we sit up here going at each other and trying to throw him under the bus and all this other bullshit. I'm not with that. I'm not with any of that shit. We got to learn how to talk and speak to one another where we're actually having the dialogue. We're actually having the conversation like we got some fucking sense.
Exactly.
People laugh at us. They laugh at us because Black men cannot stand up and uphold their communities because you're too busy fighting the person who's supposed to be standing with you back to back fighting the war. How can you stand back to back fighting the war and you're fighting the fucker who's supposed to be having your back?
Thank you. You're going to make a valid point. And I will say this too. That's exactly the problem in this space. This is exactly what the problem with the light and dark skin argument. This is exactly the problem with the gender war, which is stupid. This is exactly the problem. Thank you, sir, for even pointing that out. That's what I've been noticing over the last decade. When I've been doing YouTube and having my channel still, nobody wants to, not say us, but in general, we can't have a conversation. But when it comes to these other spaces who don't look like us, we'll shut up and cower. Not me personally, but this is what I see. This goes back to that Pearly heifer. What I saw with that so-called debate, that's exactly what I saw, cowardice. And that's all we do. Coward of white folk, coward of Asians, coward, and we just coward. That's all. I'm tired of us cowering like a bunch of hoes. But yet we want respect, we want cooperation, we want submission. But that's not how can you demand this? I'm speaking as men, but this is how we do each other. And you expect the world to take us seriously. Now, I don't fuck with respectability politics, but I'm talking about how we treat each other, how we look at each other is more important. I don't give a fuck about what white people think, regardless if I deal with cops or white people or non-black people. I don't give a fuck about what they think, and I let them know on the job. I let them know. I even had to check a cop. Okay, but how we care, how we treat each other, and communicate is very important. That's why I say stop cooning. That's all I gotta say. Bars.
I appreciate Sadiku. Hey, I appreciate you, bro. Cal, I appreciate you. It's too much petty disagreements off of petty differences. Who raised who, and you're half this, and that's why I said if I was to say you half this, it would be irrelevant to the point that I'm making. The point is exactly what these two gentlemen said. We find reasons to hate on each other. And that was the point that I was making when I was making the point earlier about the contradictions. It's like, no matter what we do, someone will find fault. Like Mumia Ali, whether that's Obsidian or not, I don't know if it's Obsidian, but he's saying, well, his college is not accredited. Who gives a fuck about that? This man was doing things for real people, real black people in America. And we can sit here and we can call him a coon for wearing a hat and a t-shirt. But he was doing real things. Somewhere, there's black people benefiting from the generosity of Kanye West. And you can talk about how pro-black you are. What have you done? How much have you given? How much? If you say, well, that ain't enough, he should build this. You should build it. And if he built it, then, oh, he's paying a minimum wage. They don't have health insurance. There will always be something else. That is our culture. That is our culture. No matter what a nigga do, it ain't good enough. The ice ain't cold enough.
Facts, bro.
And that's facts. The ice ain't cold enough, right? So, again, man, no matter what this man does, especially when people have already admitted, well, I never liked this guy. That kind of discredits your point. Your whole opinion is discredited from the beginning. Oh, you don't like him? Okay, then we already, anything you say is painted that color. I'm speaking about, listen, it ain't about, this song ain't about you, fam. I got a whole video I made last night said we got a weed problem, and I talked about everything that Gigi just said. You understand what I'm saying? You go into a black business, they too slow, they open late, they don't have what you need, or somebody got an attitude, I can't fuck with these black businesses, but you'll deal with all that shit from the white business. And if you don't deal with it from them, you'll go to the next white business. Shout out to Rob. I see you, Black Light. This is what we do. We hold ourselves to a white supremacist, impossible standard for each other. We hate black businesses. Black businesses hate black customers. Anything that looks like it's black and winning, we hate on it. We hate on it. Oh, you trying to be white. You trying to be white. Why you trying to be like the white man? Capitalism this and capitalism that. Motherfucker, capitalism ain't going nowhere. Join it. Join it. This is 2022. You can run a business, not even show your face no more. You ain't got to put black on your shit to guilt other black people to patronize you. At the end of the day, it's hate, bro. We got a weed problem. We got a problem with us. Gigi said it a day ago or 2 days ago, and I say it all the time. Who that nigga up on that nag? Y'all ain't got a problem giving all these white people your money. Y'all ain't got a problem with the Italian man in your hood selling pizzas. Y'all ain't got a problem with the Asian man in his fruit stand. You ain't got no problem giving them your money. But let a nigga open a sneaker store. Let a nigga open an apparel store. Anything in the hood. You want a discount? You won't go to him? You won't patronize him? If you know the guy, oh, we ain't making him rich. If you go in there and you buy something, you making him rich. This is our culture. Put your face in it, rub your face in it, because this is who we are. We hate each other, and we dance in the jig watching white men discipline one of ours.
Exactly. Like I said before.
Let that Reyes talk. Let him talk now.
Hello?
Okay. All right. Green Gorilla, I'm about to bounce. Thank you for having me on.
I'll let you
Take care.
Okay. I just listened. I got lost. I don't really have too much of a response, but I agree with what the brother said a second ago. We don't need to fight in public. Okay. We don't need to go back and forth. Maybe I've interjected when I thought you paused and you were going to stop, and you cut me off when you thought I was going to stop. I don't know. But bottom line is, I just wanted to offer some points as food for thought. That's it. And on top of that, I have no problem with you, brother. And I like to stress the fact I'm not beating down on Kanye. And the only thing I would like to clarify is, when I say I don't like him, I don't mean I don't like him personally or professionally. I like the man's music. He's made classic music. When I said I don't like him, I mean the way he approaches, what's the way you could say it? The way he executes his thoughts when he doesn't like something or when he's very passionate. That's what I don't like. And I use that simple example of him making jokes about stealing a beat because somebody made a beat and people thought he produced it, but he was just on the chorus and he laughed about it. And then there was another time, another guy called him out about Jay-Z using his chorus on a beat that he used from Kanye, and Kanye just laughed at it. And Kanye said something along the lines of, sometimes you use other people's gifts to enrich yourself. That's what I mean. I use that simple example to show you. And it's not that I don't like him personally. I just don't like his approach to things, the way he thinks sometimes. It comes from a very bourgeois angle too. It's not just I don't like him. It's the way he executes his thoughts and his mentality. That's what I really meant. And that doesn't discredit me from the way I feel about what he said. In fact, it kind of buoys what I feel, because I feel like he knows he's coming from a privileged space and he can say whatever he wants and he'll land on his 2 feet while we're all out here waiting on a lurch, wishing on a star. And that's it.
That's much better. You know, like at the end of the day, you know, the only thing I want to just articulate and reiterate, and I said, you know, as the title of the video, the stream here we're doing demonstrates, you know, a lot of those points are, you know, relevant to some degree. But last, you know, like, I don't care if the nigga was a crackhead. I don't care if he was Clayton Bigsby. I said that shit before. I don't care if this nigga was the best coon of all coons. Like, he's, like Plato would say, there's a form of coonness or a form of greenness or a form of justice in the fucking formal realm. I don't care if he was the epitome of what a coon is. I'll drag him, but I ain't gonna let them motherfuckers turn around and say he's a fucking racist. Especially when it's not racism that he's engaged in. Okay? I know he's a billionaire, or was, okay? But to be perfectly honest, if a group of people can come along and take all your money away from you like that, then how fucking secure is your money anyway? How secure is your status? I thought money, you know, like if you got it, that's yours. I didn't know a group of people could come in and say, oh, that's anti-Semitism, so fuck your money. I didn't know that was possible. But now I know it is. You're sitting here looking at it in real time. I don't care if this motherfucker, like I said, this motherfucker was O.J. Simpson on a bad night, jigging for white folks. I don't give a fuck if he was Samuel L. Jackson on Django. I still don't want to see him get fucking lynched in the public. I don't want to see that. That's my viewpoint. And the larger point is, I've said it before, white people, whether they Jews or Gentiles, have hijacked the narrative about what racism actually is.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Jews have been ostracized in American and in Western culture, European culture in general. Have they? Yes, I think that they have. However, I mean, they've been able to bounce back pretty fucking good, huh? Like, I mean, we can look at the evidence that they've been able to bounce back pretty fucking good. I mean, you got a Jewish man who basically came on and said, again, I'm going to show it because this is the point that I wanted to underscore, you know?
Hopefully this is my last statement on Kanye and anti-Semitism, but I feel like it won't be. But this is what I wrote. Jews are 2.4% of the population, but 35% of the Forbes 400. African Americans are 13.6% of the population, but only 0.5% of the Forbes 400. Instead of listening to the wealthiest and most outspoken black man in the media about the issues he has with potentially racist and stultifying Jews in the industry, which is what going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people translates to in Ebonics, he is completely excoriated. 92% of U.S. Jews identify as white. Israel is known to suffer from intense racial discrimination against its Arab, Mizrahi, and Ethiopian communities. To destroy the life of a black man who says he's going to speak up about the oppression African Americans face from white capitalist owners is insanely racist and problematic. I wish Abraham Joshua Heschel was alive today to deal with this. What I think he would do is meet with Kanye and allow him to air his grievances and acknowledge the problematic power imbalance between Jews and African Americans in media and American society. He would encourage Jews and their allies to take what Kanye says to heart and to see this as a renewed call to anti-racism in all of our society, to support African Americans in their quest to have a seat at the table, and for Jewish people to help African Americans get there. Remember, Jewish Americans have an average net worth of $150,890, and African Americans have an average net worth of $24,000. Beating on Kanye for talking about that only reveals your racism. Have a nice day.
That's the point. At the end of the day, they're being racist and turning it and flipping it around to where your indignation at racism becomes a new form of racism. Because to them, racism is just about being colorblind. So you can forget all of the institutions that they have established to exploit, extort, control, to prevent you from being able to speak. All of that becomes part of what justice requires. And it's brought to you by corporations. When did corporations and the head of motherfuckers, you know, like the corporations, how did all of a sudden these become the arbiters of morality, the new spokespeople for what's just? That's my question. If you have any modicum of understanding about what justice is about, how? Why are we giving the moral authority to a group of people who are engaged in consistent exploitation of the black community, whether they're Jews or Gentiles? Why? And then why are we publicly calling for this Negro to lose his money and laughing and sitting in glee about it? Why are we allowing our personal idiosyncrasies about who he is, where he was raised, who educated him, who his mama was, who his daddy is, whatever? What does that have to do with the fact that the nigga said, hey, you motherfucking Jews in these places, man, are rubbing me out. Adidas was stealing his ideas. Balenciaga was fucking with him. Apparently, whoever was managing his money was hiding his debt from him so that they can continue to get paid. Without him knowing that he had to cut the fat off so he could be more frugal, so he could save more money, you know what I'm saying, instead of losing the shit. That's the point. Black people need a new lexicon and a new understanding about what race is, because they'll have you believing it's what they say it is. While all the while they control the purse strings and control the institutions, and they'll sit and tell you you're fucked up for being mad or angry about you getting fucked over. That's my issue. That's been my issue from day one. It ain't about Kanye. It's not about him personally. It's about what he said and the interpretation about what he said by a group of very powerful people who continuously exploit the black community.
Yep.
That's what the problem is. So if anybody got a problem with Ye, I'm saying, what do you have a problem with him about? Yeah, you can have a problem about some of the shit he said, but is he wrong about this thing, this issue at this moment, in this context?
Right.
Is he wrong about that? And I don't think he is. I've been talking about this shit for a long time. And I don't understand black people's mentality that racism is what powerful white people say it is, or liberal white people. We deal with racism on a daily fucking basis. We know what it is. But now they've come along and flipped the script and made us racist. When the fuck can you actually do that? Like, how? And accept it. It's like taking a spoonful of shit and saying it's ice cream. You mix some sugar in the shit, and now all of a sudden it's ice cream. It is what they say it is. The architects of systems of exploitation now are in a position to give us a lesson on what the fuck racism is and what hatred actually looks like. Why is Kanye even doing deals with these motherfuckers if he's so racist? Why is he even in the spaces that these motherfuckers in? If he was that racist, he'd be trying to holler at Farrakhan. He'd be fucking with. I don't trust none of these Jewish lawyers. Fuck them. I want to know where some black lawyers at. So at the end of the day, I want black people to stop arguing, putting forth the idea that racism is what they say it is. Again, I'll refer to one thinker from the black community who's an expert at this kind of shit to give you some quick facts about why or how white people perceive it and about how black people perceive it, or at least black people from the intelligentsia, how they perceive and how they think racism actually is. Here it is. If I can play the motherfucker. God damn. Let me go to my home screen. Let me go to my screen where I normally do this work.
And I think particularly in the UK, that seems to have a cultural predilection towards colorblindness. It's a very dangerous habit because it assumes that the failures of certain groups of people are based on collective individual pathologies, that these are individuals choosing to not succeed, choosing to endorse the wrong kinds of values, rather than seeing how certain structures, forms of education, economic and political barriers obscure the ability of people to not only see and pursue certain courses of life and action, but also become rewarded as their white counterparts for getting the same kind of education or the same kind of jobs.
So is it then connected to this distinction that people sometimes make between whether race is a sort of structural social problem and an institutional problem versus whether race is as you said, a sort of fault of certain individuals who just need to be therapized out of their biases?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And I think this is what you'll find when you read something like the Black radical tradition or critical race theory or even Afro-pessimism, contemporary Black theory about racism versus, mainstream liberal theory. Liberal theory suggests that race or racism is an individual bias, is a cognitive prejudice that people have, that they read people based on skin color and not who they are as autonomous, free, rational individuals. So in that sense, people say, well, look, this is something that we need to adjust people's mindsets or their psychologies from, which is why most of the decolonization discussion in the UK focuses on how you make white people better people. How do you allow white people to see diversity and see that there's different colors of people and complexions that have contributed to world history? When you're looking at Black intellectual traditions, you're looking at racism as a form of dehumanization, as a process that's been engaged upon deliberately by European countries, by nations, by structures, by institutions, meant to denigrate and exploit certain groups of people for the benefit of the white race. And it's that kind of distinction between people who experience racism and develop theories to talk concretely about what it is, how it acts, how it affects people that are burdened with racialization, and then white liberals who think often that, oh, well, it's just about me endorsing the right kind of black person or recognizing that black people are human beings. This is the chasm, so to speak, between how we understand racism as a structural, cultural, and historical process, and racism merely as an individual bias.
There you have it. So, one more clip.
Critical race theory from the racial realist tradition, the tradition solidified by people like Derek Bell, Linda Green, Kenneth Nunn, Richard Delganos, Jane Stefanczyk, right? These scholars are making vastly different arguments where they're criticizing liberalism, where they're criticizing the very ability of white liberals to understand and actually participate in revolutionary anti-racist practices or fundamentally challenge the organization of society, given that it's ordained by the rule of law. That's why their work reads as much more antagonistic to the liberal tradition. In Gary Peeler's book, Race Consciousness, he actually makes this claim very clear, that to the white liberal, the white supremacists and the black nationalists who fight in white supremacy are basically the same, because the evaluation of whether or not one is racist or nationalistic isn't on whether or not they're fighting injustice or justice, but whether or not they take the race consciousness, the race characteristic like blackness or whiteness, to be a fundamental part of their identity and their political motivations. Or if you're looking at black nationalists who take blackness seriously precisely because it stands outside of a white supremacist logic, then the white liberal looks at them and says they're just as bad as the KKK that's killing, lynching, and murdering people. But if you're looking at black nationalism within a structural and material basis, then you're saying, well, this grew as a response to the oppressive conditions that white liberals are safe from but complacent in, that allow black people to be killed, oppressed, lynched, etc. And that's going to be the biggest difference between how black intellectuals and black radicals understand their position within a white supremacist empire, logic, or society, versus how white liberals, who very much stand on the sidelines and comment on the moral rightness of the people participating in the conflict, evaluate the situation. Now, conservatives are quite a different story, because conservatives, especially in the United States, fundamentally believe that the values, the structure, and the empire that makes up the United States are correct and ordained by God.
So at any rate, man, I know you probably didn't catch that because many of y'all are still talking about Kanye and who he fucked and who he married, who he didn't marry. Like, at the end of the day, you got a whole bunch of black men in the manosphere who say, you know, date people other than black women. Kanye did that. I mean, that's what the fuck he did. I mean, that's what he did. He didn't, right. I mean, you know, she's still a thought. But he married her. I thought it was a fucked up move my goddamn self, but that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that still he's encountering some bullshit exclusion and marginalization in the context of him doing business in America and in Western Europe. It still doesn't discount the fact that him being angry or having some sort of knee-jerk reaction to the racism and the exclusion that he's experiencing is invalid on the account that he fucked a thought.
Right.
Who uses that logic?
And none of them thoughts is going to lose none of their fucking billions that he brought all that fucking influence to their family. Because they caught him at the height of his career. They trapped him. You see what she did when she got him? She bought him a $1 million Lamborghini, okay, as a birthday present. They knew what the fuck they were doing when they reeled Kanye in. His influence as a black man, the Gold Digger song, she flipped that shit on him. Kris Jenner, she taught them hoes well. I hate to take, but I gotta be a black man. I gotta bring it how I'm bringing it. You know,
but I kind of disagree with that point because let me explain to you why. Kanye West was broke when he married Kim Kardashian. He wasn't on top. He was actually in debt for some of the businesses that he had started. He was in the red. So he was able to jettison his relationships in business to whatever extent he was able to based on the fact that he was fucking with her.
Thank you.
It might sound fucked up.
Thank you.
I mean, that's just the reality. He was able to walk his way into places and to use networks that he didn't have access to by fucking with this Armenian chick. It just is what it is.
Okay? Can I say this, G? It's not just her, it's her moms. People don't really understand who Kris Jenner is. They really don't get it. That's not true. They really don't get it.
Yeah, she helped that nigga get back on his feet. Now, you can say, now, first of all, I personally, I don't see how anybody could get along with Kanye on a consistent basis because he is just fucking overbearing. He has no filter, okay? So I don't see how anybody can really actually deal with that motherfucker on a relationship basis, personally, because he just doesn't stop talking, okay? It just is what it is, you know, like, but this ain't about him. Okay, and yes, not my mom, but my father did have relations with his mother. This is a fact. Okay, I did have the opportunity to speak with him. I never met him in person because he lived in Chicago. I think he was in New York at the time that I had a conversation with him. But I had met his mother on many occasions because my dad, he's a fucking Rolling Stone, man. He was smashing a whole bunch of chicks. It just is what it is. So he was smashing his moms. My father was a custodian in Chicago State, but he was the head of custodians. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was just like, you know, working for $16 an hour. That motherfucker was running all the custodians at the place. And my father was an athlete. You know, he'd get out after his work and run around Chicago State for damn near 12 or 14 miles and shit, and then get on a bicycle and ride about 26 miles and then get in the water and swim about 4 or 5 miles. So, you know, he would, you know, the chicks there, I guess, was attracted to him by his physical prowess, okay? So he was able to smash a lot of chicks. So, you know, my father would have me converse with Donda, like, I want you to meet Donda, I want you to talk to her. She can give you some advice on the trajectory of your career because, you know, she's the chairperson of the English department here. She could tell you how the game is to be played in relation to academia. Here, son, take the phone, talk. You two form a relationship. So I've had the opportunity to speak with her. I've met her in real life. Okay, I've been to Chicago State with my father, hanging around while he, you know, and had to go out and run with his ass while he ran laps around his son. The facts. Okay, now, you know, all I can say is, Kanye, you know, he is a product of his mom. It is what it is. But he was able to take whatever little lessons she taught him and to jettison into success in whatever domain entertainment presented to him. He did that. Can't take that away from him. He made some hit records. And he did so through hard work. That motherfucker made beat after beat after beat after beat after beat after beat. And he was good at the shit. And he made millions of dollars, but he still was broke. He married Kim Kardashian, was in the red, got back on his feet, fucking with her in that family. Okay? Now, did his kids get taken away from him? Yeah. That's the truth. That can happen to any man in this culture. Any man can have their kids stripped away from him. All the woman got to say is, I want a divorce. And 9 times out of 10, those kids are going to be with what they consider the custodial parent is 9 times out of 10 going to be the mother. It just is what it is. So this motherfucker's like, he being red pilled in real time. And we looking at the nigga laughing at him like, okay, fuck you. Like, and this is in the manosphere. We looking at a man getting red pilled. He's realizing, okay, I think I'm a billionaire. I'm ostentatious and shit. I feel like I got these rights. I feel like I'm doing everything right. I ain't a gangster, a thug. I ain't selling drugs. I never promoted it. None of that shit. All I'm doing is getting mad and angry at the fact that I'm not able to take my creations and manipulate them and jettison them into something that's going to be a benefit for myself or my family and the black community. I'm trying to do that, and I'm meeting resistance at every turn, and I say something, it gets misconstrued as anti-Semitism. Now I'm broke and fucked up and everybody laughing at me on my way down. He getting red pilled in real time, and men in the space that consider themselves to be red pilled are laughing at it like, yeah, nigga, eat that. Eat several dicks.
Bro, dudes are...
And I don't understand what the space is about then. If men in the space or red pill, and they so pro-man, pro-black man, and they see another black man getting flogged, and they enjoy it, and they say he deserves it, or I don't give a fuck, I'm apathetic about it. My whole thing is, well, you know, what is the space worth?
So I just want to make one comment here. I heard everything you said, brother. I just want to make this comment concerning how money can evaporate before your eyes, and that's why I do reparations. My forte is reparations. So that goes to show you why when we talk about a check and money for reparations, why that cannot be the whole conversation about reparations. It cannot be about the American dollar, the American money. It is much more holistic than just talking about a check to clear up all the pain and the injustices and the crimes that has been committed against us for all these hundreds of years. A check does not give us justice. It does not give us, and as we can see with Kanye, that shit can evaporate. What the dollar is based on, what it's worth, can disappear instantaneously over a matter of days. They can give us all $500,000 a piece, and the dollar will be worth $10 or $100 tomorrow. I mean, the valuation of the dollar can go down drastically. And what was $500,000, $300,000 one day could be worth what? $10,000. You're like, what the fuck? So we got to think realistically, and this should be a lesson to a lot of us on a lot of different platforms and professions and venues and areas that we work in, activists in, research in, so forth and so on. They are taking the black man and stripping him all the way down. Like you said, red pill, the whole flogging, taking away his kids. This is a classic case of black male emasculation. This is the classic textbook case when we say emasculation of the black male.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, man, you know, like I don't think that people in the critical race theory community would say it's just all about getting a one-time check and then being left for dead. Like, okay, that's all that reparations would require. I think it would require an enhancement of democracy and the capacity to engage in collective decision making. Like, also, you know, I'm critical of a free market society that says that, you know, the society gives people what it deserves. Like, that's really actually true. I think that that's just patently false. Like the system is just 100% fair. Everyone has the opportunity to succeed, and the only reason people don't succeed is account of their own merits or their own deserts. I just think that's a bullshit argument. And you know, in terms of victimhood, bruh, all I can say is, man, if you don't think that black people are oppressed, then what the fuck are you here for? I mean, you know, like, I mean, go off in Horatio Alger. Go ahead and get your millions, get your billion.
Well, slavery.
Go ahead and work for white people and do what you do. It is what it is.
Slavery proved that wrong right off the bat when you say you're gonna get what you earn, or you're gonna earn, you go through hard work, you're gonna get shit. We didn't work 400 years hard as a motherfucker, then invented all types of shit. If it was all about hard work and you're gonna get paid and it's just doing, it's all capitalism, everybody gonna participate freely and fairly, and you know, we just go to work, and I outperform plenty of people on my motherfucking job. And people who didn't know half the shit that could perform half of the shit I did got promoted. So
my only thing is, bruh, it's a difference between wallowing in victimhood and actually resisting against some shit that's happening to you. It's one thing to say, oh, well, you know, stop crying. It's another thing to know what's occurring to you or happening to you. It's one thing to say, stop trying to play the game. Don't even try to play, because there's nothing you can do in order to play better against the team you're playing against. But you damn sure better know what they're doing. You damn sure better know what the strategy is.
Yeah.
And if you only believe that only black people are stopping black people, you're a fool. I'm sorry to say it, man. I'm just sorry to say. If you think that from slavery to now, after slavery you had Jim Crow. Jim Crow didn't stop until what? The Civil Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act. If you say that only black people are holding black people back, you're a goddamn fool. I'm sorry to say it, bro. I just gotta tell you. If that's what you believe, what the fuck are you in a black male space for? To encourage each other to fucking Horatio Alger the shit? To fucking John Henry it? I done already told you. They had the Homestead Act. They had FHA loans. They were able to have access to the GI Bill. They got New Deal programs that worked in their favor and to their benefit. And the best thing you can tell me is that niggas has got a fucked up value system? Cause of poor black women and shit? That's the best you can, that's the depth of your analysis? I would tell anybody, I would suggest you're a dangerous person to listen to. Because you don't have any analysis other than to work hard. Work hard at what? Work doing what? You can have all the work and then your ass can be tore down in 2 days.
What we need.
We talking about average. Wait a minute, hold on. We talking about averages. The average black family has a lower net worth than damn near anybody else in the country. And we our own problem, though. After slavery and Jim Crow and all these other acts of discrimination, we supposed to just figure the shit out. After all of the shit that's occurring to us, we supposed to just, we just got a intrinsic problem. We either got a value problem, a moral problem, or we just innately fucked up. We just defective. I mean, because that's what I'm hearing. And, I'm quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of hearing all this shit about what we supposed to be doing and all we doing is crying. Why would you even listen to this shit at the end of the day if that's what you really feel, if that's what you really think? Why even be here? You're in the wrong space. I would encourage you to get the fuck on down the road. Because we're being honest here. I don't have time to talk about how I'm supposed to fucking lift up 1,000,000 mountains on my goddamn own. To me, that's just stupid shit. I'm being 100 with that. I done studied too long, done read too much, have experienced too much. And, the reality is, man, look, at the end of the day, man, we're our own problem because we have no accountability, man. If we have no accountability for none of the shit that we do, why are we overrepresented in the prison system? How do you make motherfuckers accountable other than by punishing them? Who is the motherfuckers the most punished in the world? How do you hold the motherfucker accountable? Through what means? Religious means? Through business? Or through prison? How the fuck do you make somebody accountable? Through family? How the fuck do you make somebody accountable? There's only so many ways you can make a motherfucker accountable for anything. I just don't like to hear dumb jibber jabber talk. How do you make a motherfucker accountable for anything? You either punish the motherfucker through illegal means, which black people are over punished. So now you want more niggas to go to jail? That's the solution? I'm just tired of hearing dumb nigga talk and then hearing like everybody can be like a Kanye or everybody, all you gotta do is just study hard and then you can make it. The reality is black men are on a downward mobile track all across the fucking board, bruh. And it ain't got shit to do with fucking accountability. This is the shit fucks me up to hear this shit. It fucks me up to continuously hear it. I'm gonna share the screen. I'm just so tired of hearing stupid shit. It's fucking dumb. It's retarded, man. It just is. Black and American Indian children have a much higher rates of downward mobility than other groups. Black children born to parents in the top income quintile are almost as likely to fall to the bottom quintile as they are to remain in the top quintile. Black men are on a downwardly mobile track, man. Differences in family characteristics. The families you think is gonna solve this shit? Parental marriage rates, education and wealth, and differences in ability explain very little of the black-white gap, and which is entirely almost driven by differences in men's, not women's outcomes. Black men are on a fucking downward mobile track. And stop telling me we disrespected because of what? We disrespected why? Because we ain't gonna kill them? Nigga, you be the first motherfucker to take a gun, and I tell you, you'll be the first nigga who's called crazier than Kanye is. You'll be the first nigga condemned that's being a radical. You know how many Norries will come out of the woodwork and say, oh, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. And even today, I guarantee you, I bet you, bald one, I guarantee you still ain't got as much money as fucking Kanye got. And they could want more money. They should want more money. What they supposed to want? Less money? What the fuck should they want? Less money? What should they want? Less? Is that what they should desire? You want a nigga to make money, you want a nigga to be successful, you don't want him to be successful. What do you want? The question is, why are you in a black male space saying niggas ain't shit? That's my question. That's my question. What's the point of being in this motherfucker? You think that's gonna encourage niggas to get up and do something?
I gotta ask you a question, Gigi.
Go ahead, man.
My question is who exactly was making these statements? Because I don't know exactly who you're referring to, because there's only been a handful of people that have talked about it. It not really in any detail. I mean, not reading. For instance, we talked a little bit about it last night before last over on Art of Immortals. And I'm just curious as to like where exactly you're pulling from when you're talking about this. It says that
there are so many successful blacks to say we're downtrodden and oppressed.
Well, I don't even know this guy. I'm just talking about the regular people.
You asked the question. I'm giving you the answer. Now,
okay, so you're talking about the
maybe
viewership.
You want a different answer. You might want a different answer. There are too many successful blacks. Okay, successful how? Like, what's the measure of success? The measure of success is wealth, right? We ain't talking about a few niggas with some dollars, right? Or maybe we are. It's some niggas that got some money. So, fuck the rest of you niggas. Is that that's what it is? Or are we talking about justice across the board? Are we talking about systems and institutions across the board? It's always been successful black people. Always. Booker T. Washington was able to start a school and jockey and curry favor some rich white people. But you still had niggas in sharecropping. So what? Well, everybody could have been a Booker T. Washington, right? I mean, is that what we saying? Because the shit don't make sense to me.
So what you're saying is that some of the viewership is on that track. That's what you're saying?
Bruh, if you say it's too many black people that's successful to argue that we're oppressed, do you know why the black community isn't taken seriously or respected? Because there's no accountability. We don't have any accountability. That's why we don't get ahead.
He's sidetracking us, bro. He gonna jump on the panel or not?
Jump on the panel, man. You got the link. I don't understand it. First of all, look, here's the key. The key to the game is, here's the reality. Even amongst the wealthy white people, 1 to 2% of the population owns damn near over 50% of the wealth. And you have to ask yourself a question. Is that a fucking just system of distribution? Is it? There's some people who will say, yeah, because they bought full sale all the way in to goddamn capitalism.
I'm laughing at Mamiya Ali.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, the whole idea is, should 1 to 2% of a population control over 50% of its fucking wealth while niggas is homeless and shit on the street? That's a matter of justice to y'all? That's justice. And the reason that the niggas is homeless is because they just fucked up, man. They got the wrong value system. They weren't accountable. That's the simple answer to that question. The rich people are accountable, the poor people are unaccountable. I'm just saying. That shit don't make sense to me, man. With all the studying I've ever done, even just watching and analyzing people in real life. They got a show right now called Undercover Boss. You ever see the shit? Have you ever seen it? Undercover Boss.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So, you got all these rich motherfuckers with these businesses and shit making money hand over fist, requiring that their employees be able to perform specific tasks in order to keep up with the profit-bearing structure of the system, right? Most of these motherfuckers go down to the lowest levels of their companies, and they can't perform the fucking work in a satisfactory fashion, and they're at the top dictating that these motherfuckers be able to do the work. You go watch the shit. Oh, we want our employees to be able to do X, Y, and Z. Have you ever flipped burgers at McDonald's or some shit? Have you actually done it? I can tell you that's some hard ass work. I did it as a fucking young adult to make money. That's some hard ass work. Ask me who's working harder, a fucking Wall Street banker or a goddamn motherfucker working in Mickey D's. All you gotta do is watch the shit. Go watch it. Undercover Boss. They can't even do the work that they saying they want done. And then we talking about who working hard and who ain't working hard. And all across the board, black men, even if they come from wealthy families, 2 parents in the home, black men in general are on a downwardly mobile track. And you know why we are? According to some of these motherfuckers, we only are. Why? Because we're not accountable. Because we ain't got the right stuff. Because we got the wrong value system. Because we don't put the little extra pep in my step. Or in our step. That's the reason why. We struggle to work hard. It's the same shit white people say. Oh, them niggas is lazy. Just come out and say it. Niggas is lazy. Niggas don't want shit out of life. They just want they want welfare check or some shit. Just say it. Just say the shit. Then you'll be actually saying what you're saying. Step in and tell me what you are saying then. Because I'm failing to understand it. All I can do is deal with what you are saying while you type. In all caps and shit. Like you're screaming. I'm the bully with the pulpit. So what is it? Then you got certain guys saying all we doing is talking in this motherfucker. All you niggas doing is talking. Why you listening? All you doing is listening. Give me the correct insight. Educate me on what the fuck we need to do right now. Give me the strategy that's gonna fucking bring about, like the Wiz on fucking the Wiz and shit. When the witch died and shit. Can you feel the brand new day? Give me that strategy. Give me that strategy. Lay it on the line right now. Tell me. Come on up and let us know how to get it done. I'm looking for the answers, boss. Give me the answers. I'm tired of being left in the dark.
All right, so if the I guess if the main concern is these people have a mic in front of them and they're quote unquote in the space, that's mostly coming from I would imagine some of the viewership, right? These guys, that one of the guys you just pointed out, as well as some of the people who kind of have that weird ass, really conservative, halfway, want to be conservative bent. Now these people are outside of the main dialogue that we generally have here, right? So I'm not really too. I'm not too sure what they have said insofar as the discourse surrounding Kanye is concerned. I don't know anything about that, but I mean, I don't follow any of these people either, so I'm not really sure. But if this is what they're saying, then yeah, I mean, it's been wrong. We've had these conversations in the past before. I mean, called them out then. I mean, it kind of, I don't even really consider these people to have true insight because most of their views are mostly just the same old right-wing white talking points when it comes to anything that involves black politics or anything that has to do with economics involving black people. So I mean, all their solutions generally do boil down to what you just said. So that's been dismissed by multiple people here already, yeah, including you now. So I mean, I don't like I said, I don't really know outside of the major figures, quote unquote, in the space, as well as some of their viewership, where exactly I'm curious. Like, I don't know if you want to. It's up to you. Could you name some names and be clear, or no?
All I can go off of is what I see in the chat. If you tell me, well, black men have a problem because they just not trying hard. All we got to do is just roll up our sleeves and, that'll solve the problem. We just got to be more diligent, just work a little bit harder. That's it.
Yeah,
just work a little, just work a little, put some more elbow grease behind the elbow and shit, Wipe that counter down a little bit better, you know what I'm saying? Make sure it's spick and span.
There are only two groups that say that. In the two groups that I would point out is, like I said, well, three really, if we counting, the audience members. You got your pro-blacks who generally come with that narrative. You got your right-wing conservatives with the white talking points. Those are generally the two groups that do it.
And so when I started the show, I said, look, if you think like a right-winger or a left-leaner, you still are delving into thought that's been given to you. It's a script or a narrative that you have been indoctrinated into. It's no strange secret. Look, if you live in a democracy, you're supposed to have a multiplicity of parties. Everywhere else in the Western world, there's more than two parties. Why in America there's only two major fucking parties contending for political offices all across the board every year? Why? Only 2? Everywhere else in the fucking democratic Western world, there are a multiplicity of parties. But here, all you got is left and right. And the talking points are already laid out. They're already delineated.
Well, I mean, this is a banana republic after all, so I mean.
I try to tell people, I say, look, both the Democratic and the Conservative Party have been paid for by billionaires. And they dictate the terms of what the policies are going to be. And they continuously push what they want to be on the policy board. What's on the agenda? This is not even a fucking republic. I wouldn't even call this a goddamn republic. I call it a dollar republic. If it's a republic at all, it's a banana republic. This ain't even a damn republic.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. You're 100% accurate. Yeah, I was just curious.
And I do
agree
with Ray S on this point. Just because you got money doesn't necessarily mean you're intelligent, but it does mean that actually you're able to play in the system more so than other people.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead.
I will say this when it comes to that, because I've had people like discredit people like Baby from Cash Money, right? In hip hop circles, that is. And I will always say, I will accord that man a modicum of respect due to his net worth. I'll accord you respect because I know it's not easy to make, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to follow behind you and get a tattoo star on the top of my head like you. You know, I will give Kanye or anybody who's worth a lot of money respect because I know it's not easy. If it was easy, most of us will be millionaires or billionaires. So I will say that. And one other point I want to say is I wasn't necessarily calling Kanye out over who he dates necessarily. I just don't believe you should give that woman that much credit because that's kind of antithetical to the whole red pill philosophy, if I'm right. I'm not a red pillar. I've been in the game a long time. I'd probably be their tutor. But isn't that antithetical to give a woman that much credit for somebody who has a talent? No matter what I've said in the chat, that man is talented. He's good at amassing resources and using them to his will. You get what I'm saying?
The fact, I mean, all you got to do is look at the record. Like, I mean, we can hypothesize about where he should be based on his talents, but we're talking about what actually happened to him and what financial state he was in before he fucked with Kim Kardashian and what happened after he was fucking with Kim Kardashian.
Well, I'm not going to give a whore more credit than a pimp. So if she gave him a little bit of paper, that's his business. I give him the credit for taking that money and flipping it more than I give credit for her giving it to him. And another thing I'll say is this. Just like when CEOs have like events that pop up in the media, like infidelity or anything that's along the line of, unsavory behavior, they automatically resign or they terminate him. So when I'm talking about him picking a whore, he's showing himself as not a functional person, like a person that you can't really trust. So that's what I was saying. The man can have sex with whoever he wants to have sex with. But if you're going to come to the table as a leader or as somebody as a thought leader, like you're trying to do right now, I need you to reflect. I need to see a reflection of that in your partner. But like I said 2 seconds ago, I agree with you. She may have given the money. I don't know. But I'm also not going to give the whore that much respect over the pimp. And that's it.
But here's my response to that, right? And this is just realistic in American culture, right? How many chicks ain't been banged out before you get to her?
Oh no, I'm not talking about her. I'm not talking about her quantity. I got you. I've been with whores. In fact, I don't even call them that. Excuse me. I call them social butterflies because I have a theory on that. But I'll leave that for another day.
I'm just speaking. I'm just speaking.
I'm not talking. But can I finish the point? I'm not necessarily talking about her quantity. I'm talking about she has a sex tape, man. How many women have you dated that you saw online? I've seen a girl I've had sex online, but it was well after I was dating her. But I did go, damn, she's a whore. Okay, that kind of changed me in my view of her. Okay, so that's what I'm really talking. I'm talking about her quality, not her quantity. I don't know how many men she had sex with.
Personally, I wouldn't have felt comfortable, fucking around with somebody who everybody can see was fucking or whatever. But at the same time, I can honestly say this, whether I see it or not, the last chick I fucked with was probably sucking a nigga dick just like the same way she was sucking Ray J's dick.
Oh yeah, but she didn't do it on camera, right? So that means you can still get back with her, right?
And then it's something to be. So I done made a sex tape before, so
we all got clips. I got like 2 hard drives I haven't gone to. I know we all got clips.
So if I leak the motherfucker,
would you marry her? Would you marry her?
I mean, shit, bro. It all depends.
Woman like her?
Personally, I wouldn't marry nobody in today's cultural climate. I'm just, it just.
I thought you were married. Oh, you're not married. Oh, okay.
I was married. I have been married. I have 2 children.
Brother.
Can I say something?
I salute you. I'm in the same boat. I salute you.
This says a lot, right? In terms of like how women marry to upgrade their class status and men don't, right? What Ye has potentially done is use marriage to get ahead as a tool, how we should be using it. But we here talking about who sucked dick on tape versus who sucked dick in a dark room in terms of marriage. Now, mind you, I just clown Lucario for this very thing, but I can't see Lucario's come up in his relationship, but we can definitely see Ye's association with this family was a win. Now, I don't care who else Kim was dating and what happened with them and who's on crack and none of this other nonsense. But his association with these people has done a lot for him. And everybody who else is saying that, well, I wouldn't have did that. That's fine. And I understand that men have pride. Just understand that other men have different motives. And if that motive worked for him, then, and we see it worked for him, his associate with that family did work for him. It didn't work against him. It definitely worked for him. Right? How many rap dudes are in the tabloids like that? Like to the level that he's at. So where the average dude from the hood who's chasing the chick from the block that all of his mans might have beat might be looking at Ye like he's a sucker because his wife is on tape.
So I mean, I would agree with you.
Okay,
hold on, Ray.
Okay,
I would agree with you up to a certain point because, to be honest with you, it doesn't seem as though that was his original intent behind getting together with Kim. It just doesn't. And I say that by virtue of the fact that he has produced children with this woman and was overly, I mean, of course you would be concerned about your children, but obviously it wasn't necessarily only about the money. If that were the case, I'd be more inclined to agree with you wholeheartedly versus kind of half in, half out sort of type of agreement. Because it just does not, I don't believe that was his intention.
I'm not saying that it was, and I'm not saying that it wasn't. What I'm saying is we see how it played out. So what we're doing here today is we're here after the fact. Now, see, at the time, maybe not, but we're here after the fact, seeing how it played out, and we're here having a conversation about, well, I wouldn't have did that, knowing how it played out. Even with all the things that's happening, at the end of the day, one could say that it would have been a very strategic move, not just, even if it was part of the reason why he married her, not the whole full reason why he married her or even got with her in the first place. Who knows? We're all speculating. We're here on YouTube. None of us know this man. Well, the person who's been the closest to him is the host. But my point is, the outcome is the outcome. and we're still here talking about what we wouldn't have done, and we've all done worse in terms of women. Like,
oh yeah, can I interject for a second?
Oh, except that none of the chicks that we fuck with has a sex tape out through Vivid Video.
Okay.
Yeah, you can interject. I know you like to. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. God bless you, brother. Hey, I'm all for hypergamy. Okay, get it how you live. I lived in Cali. I dated girls in the hills. I dated girls in nice little valley areas. I got you. I understand that, but I don't think that's the case with Kanye. He dated down. His mother's a college professor. Her mother had to marry a lawyer that got OJ off, and actually her mother is allegedly was in sex circles with OJ and them. But that's another story. Her mother is a trick. Kanye's mother is a law, is a college dean or the dean of English. She's way more educated. So he dated down. She actually came up more with him than he did with her, because it made her look like the cool white girl with the fake butt. We look past the fake butt. Now she's cool Becky, you know, she could come to the what's the cookout, they call it the cookout, right? So that's what really happened to me, because he has talent. She has no talent, not one talent. I'm almost done right here. She has not one talent. She doesn't sing, she doesn't act, she doesn't do anything. All she does is take pictures and look stupid. So he dated down, in my opinion. And like I said, I'm not going to give the whore more credit than I give the pimp. Okay, so if he took her money and multiplied it, I give more credit to him than her, because it would have probably gone to waste in her coffers. So I'm not going to give her that much credit. And like I said, he did it down. Like, she dated black men before him. She didn't have kids by those black men. She didn't have a kid by Reggie Bush. She would have had like a 5-star athlete little prospect if she had a kid by Reggie. But Reggie doesn't have the clout that Kanye has. She would have been on TV maybe and had the little half breed running around, and Reggie's off somewhere fishing. Okay, so she came up off of Kanye, not in reverse. That's how I see it.
So let me ask you a question.
She's a whore.
So okay, yeah, okay. That's cool.
Go to the floor.
But you said he dated down, as if
very down.
No. Okay, so this is the time where I respond to you, because I listen to everything.
All bullshit. I'm hopping out, Marcus. Y'all take it easy, GG.
Right, and after this comment, after I address what he just said, I'm out of here too. I'm hungry. And G, it's been a pleasure, but I just want to hear this. I just want to just point out this logic that you just used. So he dated down because his mother's educated, right? His mother's a college professor. That's part of the logic that goes into this dating down theory. And she has no talent. This woman has a law degree now, or she's a lawyer somehow, or something like that now. But let's move past that. So he dated down because his mother is a college professor. So that sounds like when girls say, I got degrees, black man. If I deal with you, I'm dating down. It's like Gigi said earlier, this is the red pill space, ain't it?
It's a red pill space, and I'm very red pill. I'm red pilling you. I'm red pilling you, and it's talent.
Fam. I see. You see what happens?
I apologize,
see what happens?
but because you're making these questions /
bro. I let you say a bunch of crazy shit without interrupting you. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you. No, it's all good. It's all good. And no hate, brother. I'm attacking your point. I ain't attacking you.
I know. But it sounds like a question. It sounds like you're asking me a question.
Well, shit.
That's why I respond.
I got you. Just understand. Michael Jordan dated down.
Oh yeah, he did.
He married down. We ain't here talking about Michael Jordan. Did he marry a groupie?
Nah. Michael Jordan married a woman that graduated from Princeton, but he dated down economically speaking.
Where did he meet her?
I don't know where he met.
He didn't meet her at Princeton, did he?
No, but I'm saying
most men date down, brother. But what I'm saying is, how are you saying that this man date? Hold on. How are you?
But you can't equate Michael Jordan's ex-wife to a whore.
Come on, fam. My man, you said that this man is dating down based on his mother's credential.
No, his talent
school.
too. He's in talent. His talent. His
Okay,
talent.
so he's talented. Kim
Super
Kardashian not talented. So dating down is not about race. It's about talent.
And let's factor in.
I mean, it's not about class. It's not about class. It's about talent.
Okay, but she's only where she is due to white supremacy, because in her home country,
but she is where she is. So dating down or dating up is a class thing, not about talent, not about who got a degree, who don't. It's about class. So she wasn't in the PJs when he met her. You're saying, and thank you, Buddy. He said Jordan's ex-wife was a hoe. Thank you.
But she graduated
at the end of the day
from Princeton.
Fab. Okay, so then her degree makes her high class?
No, I didn't say
we
that.
We don't got hoes with degrees.
But
I just want to understand the logic, brother.
She wasn't a whore before she.
So hoes don't graduate college.
Graduate from all the Ivy Leagues. I'm just
okay.
Saying,
So why are you using?
She's not a whore.
Why are
like
you using education as a basis for whether somebody's high class or not? Because dating up or down is about class.
I'm talking.
So now we're talking about degrees.
I'm talking about whoredom. Talking about she's a whore. What's her name is a whore.
Okay, so you ain't never put your dick in the mouth where dick has been.
Okay.
I just these are the questions, bro. These are the questions, baby.
I got you. Let's so
Marcus Aurelius, keep it 100, baby. I'm online every Saturday. Holla at me. Come out of here, man.
That means you celebrate whoredom. You celebrate whoredom. You celebrate whoredom. That's what you do. You celebrate.
Oh, now I'm celebrating whoredom.
I'm out here. Your man's from Brownsville. I love you.
Let me just say this shit. Okay, so thank you, Marcus, for coming through. You already said you was about to step out, man.
You my nigga. Yo, get no bigger. You know this. I'm out of here. 100, baby. Saturday Night Live. Peace out.
You whore.
Peace, Ray. No, so it's good.
He just burnt out, man. I don't know why he just burnt out like that.
But he can't take the heat. Get the
fuck
out
put
the
it this way. Look, the way I look at the shit in American culture and society, man, any man that marries now is a fucking simp. How about that?
Yo, you know this.
I'm gonna explain to you why.
Hey G, you know every other day of the week is SYSBM, but today, yo, we super pro black today with these niggas. Hey, yo, bro, I appreciate it. Yo, I'm gonna listen. I gotta go get something to eat, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna jump out, but I'm gonna jump in on the listening list. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to the rest of the show, man. Thanks for having me on, man.
All right,
peace out, y'all. Peace, chat. Y'all already know.
Peace out, man. So peace. So look, I said it before on many occasions. I'll say it again. Any man marrying a motherfucker nowadays, for real, is a simp. Why would you get into a business arrangement with anybody and the business arrangement is going to fail over 50% of the time that this deal is not going to pan out? And that, it won't be you that terminates the relationship, but it'll be her that terminates it. And when she does terminate it, she gets half of what you're worth, and potentially you have to pay her alimony and child support, leaving you in a position to where she basically is able to control your future. And what you have to do is play Uncle Daddy to see your own fucking children. Ye is going through the same shit right now. I said it could happen to anybody. It could happen to Luther Campbell. It could happen to Emmett Smith. It could happen to Will Smith. It could happen to Michael Jordan. His ex-wife was black, but he married a white motherfucker. Okay? It can happen to anybody. Why would you get into a relationship in a culture that basically leaves you exposed? You gotta love the motherfucker. You gotta be simping to do some shit like that. And I ain't gonna say I wasn't never simping. I was simping like a motherfucker. Within the parameters, that I thought was respectable. I wasn't no pushover. I wasn't like, whatever you say, baby. No. I wasn't like, happy wife, happy life. I would speak up. I would want to run shit and control shit. But when that motherfucking divorce hit, what the fuck you running? You can't run if you ain't part of the squad. They terminate you from being part of the squad. You're no longer part of the squad. You ain't part of this team no more, nigga. You're a free agent. And you still want to control what the fuck going on this squad while you a free agent. No, sir. Tell me how that works. And it's you who gonna get the shitty end of the stick. So, and it don't matter how much money you got or how wealthy or how famous you are. They can pull that lever any goddamn time they want to. So for a man to enter into that kind of contractual arrangement, you gotta be in love. If you thinking that marriage is gonna be what you saw on TV in the 80s and the 90s and shit like that, you already know it ain't. You know you don't have the cards in your favor. You know you going into the arrangement with a bad fucking hand of spades if you play spades. And you know, Mamiya, man, look, they didn't give us Kanye. Kanye gave us himself in this regard. He said what he said. Didn't nobody white make him say that? We know Kanye enough to know that motherfucker said what he said on his own accord. He said what he said. But, you know, I'm not really worried about, I keep trying to tell you that this shit really has nothing to do with Kanye, and everybody wants to make it about Kanye. Everybody wants to make this discussion about whether or not Kanye is the right person, or if Kanye is the right kind of thinker, or if he's savvy enough to be able to manage and handle the predicament that he's gotten himself into. He's in the situation. Here we are. This is where we are. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. And the only thing I don't like, and I want black people, I don't care if you're male or female, if you're straight or gay. I don't care if you're bi or trans and you're black. Stop letting white people dictate to us what racism looks like. Because now we won't be able to do anything. We won't be able to say anything. If it's the case that you have a large class of Jews in an industry that are being exploitative, and there's so many people who've come out and discussed and mentioned the various ways in which they are, and then all of a sudden we say any critique of that class of persons in and of itself is racist because they've defined and dictated what the terms of racism are, that means that we don't know what the fuck we're doing after decades of having known what we were doing. In one generation, we don't even know how to talk about race anymore. After one generation, we've now reached a situation in which we can let people who manage and handle us basically dictate what racism is. And just because you once were oppressed doesn't mean you can't also be engaged in oppression. It's been that way with Jews all across the board from time T1. They were already ostracized for being Jews. Didn't stop them from owning slaves, did it? You could say they were oppressed then. They didn't stop them from owning slaves, did it? So at the end of the day, you know, my whole thing is don't allow corporations, don't allow the media, and don't allow white woke, so-called fake woke liberal motherfuckers to give you the playbook on what racism is, because they're not going to tell the truth about it. They're going to cover their asses and make it appear to be that they're on the right side of justice. They're doing everything that they can to be inclusive and diverse and all this. And I've already, you know, look, I've already said this. I wrote a dissertation about the civil rights movement and how its tactics contemporarily are ineffective. I don't think the spirit of the civil rights movement was wrong. Any spirit of resistance against oppression is right. Any sentiment, the tactics are going to have to be measured, predicated upon the context in which the tactics are utilized. That's it. And unfortunately, black people forgot the memo. Public spaces have been opened up. Even private spaces, to some degree, have been opened up to black folks. You're talking about a situation in which segregation was legal. It's not alarming to see a bunch of black people in the street anymore. Back then, it was alarming to see it. To see black people in certain spaces, in Woolworths where they weren't supposed to be eating and sitting, in places that weren't designed and designated for them, it was shocking. It's no longer shocking to see. It doesn't create the kind of shock that it once did. So it's done. Now it's time for a new strategy. But we don't even know how to utilize strategies that are available to us. That's my issue. We don't even have black thinkers coming out making like any kind of rational statements about what Kanye is going through. And I think that's partially because everybody has an interest in seeing black men continuously slip. So they're going to say, you know, oh, well, he was trying to be a patriarch or some shit. We need one less patriarch, so fuck him. Let him slide down. So, you know, at the end of the day, man, stop saying that racism is a matter of attitude and being colorblind and treating everyone as a free, rational individual. That's bullshit. That's not what racism is. Racism are systems that create institutions, that create norms and values and policies and laws. That's what it is. So that's what I want you to walk away with. And if I have to do more on, I'm not talking about Kanye anymore, man. I'm done. I'm exhausted with the subject. But what I will do is come have a conversation about how corporations have hijacked morality. They've hijacked the narrative of what is and what is not acceptable morally. And one has to ask the question, how the fuck have they been afforded the opportunity? Because they have public relations departments that say that they're inclusive and diverse. When did all of a sudden they become the litmus test for what's racist, anti-racist, just or unjust? How? How? I just don't understand that. And that's where I'm going to leave this, man. Damn, it's almost been 5 hours. I can't believe it, man. I know I've been talking about this shit for way too damn long. You got some last words you want to? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just chime in because I appreciate you so much, brother. When I listen to you, it's like music to your ears. It's no, you know, we got to learn how to respect and love each other on a whole nother level. I respect everything you're doing because you're a breath of fresh air and you bring the energy that we need to have at this day and time. And that's what I respect most about you is that you're bringing the intellectual energy, the black male energy, the machismo energy, you know, the masculine energy that we need at this time. We need this energy and we need truth. And you bringing the truth. And I wholeheartedly stand with you on what you're stating. And you're stating facts. And you're stating the fact that we cannot be racist. Black people cannot be racist. We don't have the power. We don't have the institutions. We don't have the instructional systems in place to practice racism against anybody. So we have never practiced racism. Like you said, racism is not a feeling. It's not an emotion. Don't wake up and say, "Oh, I don't like white people." Well, that's not fucking racism. We got to get over this bullshit about I can just get up and say I don't like you, and everybody. Then I need to preface it and apologize and present a whole disclaimer about how I'm not racist because I said I didn't like white people. That's not racism. That's prejudice, as you stated earlier. That's just a prejudicial feeling. I have no power to act that out. I can't stop you from going to any education, getting any kind of degree, getting any kind of job, getting banking loans, getting housing loans, stop you from getting housing. I cannot do this to you just because I don't like white people. That's some bullshit. We have delusions of reverse racism. That's what I called it. I came up with a new term. Delusions of reverse racism. The shit does not exist.
I told you. Yeah. You know, I told people before, and I'll show this one more time. If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. And one of the things that, you know, I think people need to be aware of and cognizant of is that we get caught up in what I call, and this is a philosophical term, it's called the logic of distribution. Okay? And not to say that in relation to the distribution of material resources, matters of injustice can't be present. Because it can. However, we can't reduce justice to distribution and how much money you have. First of all, they could take it away, as we see, based upon whatever narrative they decide to cook up. But more than anything else, but you can't err too much in one way or the other. There has to be a balance amongst a whole variety of factors for justice to be present. So it can't just be one thing in isolation from other things. Respect and acknowledgement of your personhood and the ability for you to be engaged in collective decision making with other people also is required to be present in matters related to justice. So that's why when you said earlier, it's not just about money. It can't just be paper. That's why even if reparations were to occur, it would have to embody more than just hush money or be quiet. Be quiet money. It would require acknowledgement and actual contrition and a set of ritual practices that would acknowledge for a long period of time, like, okay, well, that's like when you reconcile with somebody you fucked up with. You know, like that you did something offensive to. Friends know how to reconcile if they're really friends. They'll be like, damn, man, my bad. You know, I fucked up, dog. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have did what I did, or I shouldn't have said what I said. But we homies. You ain't never fought with one of your friends? Sure you have, if that's your real friend. You've had disagreements that didn't see eye to eye. Or even with a family member. You reconcile by being contrite and then going through a ritual of bonding again. And you say, fuck it, let's go to the bar, let's get a drink. Some guys might be like, fuck it, let's get on some of these chicks. You feel me? So it's like, we know how to do it, but in America, motherfuckers just refuse to do it. And it ain't just about cash. It's about how you're actually observed and how you're treated, how you're talked about. And not just for one thing, but for a variety of different things. Don't just praise me because I can dance or some shit, or play the piano, or blow a horn. Understand that I'm a total person. I have brilliance of mind, aptitude of art, and the ability to engage in moral behavior, to exercise virtue. So at any rate, man, I'm kind of exhausting the goodwill of the people here. They've been here. I'm pretty sure they're exhausted and tired of hearing me. But I thank you for joining me. And I know that this video probably will not be monetized because of some of the inflammatory things that have been said here thus far. But it's not just money. So even Jews can be oppressed. They can be, by being scapegoated and by being derided and, by the claim that, they're on a maniacal mission to control everyone and everything. No, that's not the claim being made here either, that they're, I've read the Protocols of Zion as well. I don't necessarily subscribe to conspiracy theories, okay? But what I can say is, if I do look around, and the vast majority of the motherfuckers that I'm looking around at are in hierarchical positions over me, and there are very few people who are in hierarchical positions who look like me at the top of those hierarchies, then I can say, well, what the fuck is excluding us from being at the top of some of these hierarchies? The math ain't mathing. The distribution ain't distributing. So you mean to tell me there are no black people who have the intellectual acumen, the expertise and the know-how to be in the fashion industry? They just don't have the ability to do it, right? Or maybe there's a for real life cartel of a group of people who want to run shit and they don't want to let interlopers or people from the outside get in. They'll let you in if they can use you, but they don't want you to be able to rise up on your own accord. So, those are the kind of things that I think about. And do I believe that Jews have had a rough time? Yes. But that doesn't give them an excuse to exploit black people contemporarily. I don't think it's the case. I don't think it's fair. And for them to, basically go and resort to claims of anti-Semitism because you got a guy who's pissed off and like, man, look, you look around, they run everything everywhere in the fashion and the entertainment industry. And I'm telling you, they're not giving me a fair shake. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I don't want them to steal my designs. I don't want them to exploit me. I don't think that's wrong.
Don't forget sports. They own the sports teams. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I always said if the owner is paying a motherfucker $60 million, how much money he got? But that doesn't mean anything really because he could be operating at a deficit and still making sure that he's paying his books or keeping his books in balance. Same shit happened with Jerry Buss. That motherfucker could have went belly up at any moment. So it's a give and a take, man. It's a give and a take, But yes, can Jewish people be oppressive? Yes. Even black people can be oppressive to some degree, depending upon the context. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And like my closing statement, man, what I'm going to do is read to you. It's going to be boring. It's not going to be anything other than cerebral. I'm going to begin reading a text for you guys called The Dark Ghetto, or Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. I think that it's the New Jack version of Kenneth Clark's Dark Ghettos. So I think you'll profit from that to some degree. You won't agree with everything that's being said there, but it might have some resonance with some men in the space. And yeah, I'm tough on the men in the space. I go off on y'all, but it's only for your own good. And sometimes I need an old lash in my damn self. So it is what it is. So anyway, man, y'all be good. Until the next episode, man, I bid you well. Peace.